study session to order. Could we please start our meeting, please? Could we please start with the roll call?
Mayor Coombs.
Here.
Council members Bagley.
Here.
Christensen.
Here.
Finley.
Here.
Levison.
Here.
Moore. Santos.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum?
Okay, let's stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, per staff's request, the proclamation designating May 17th through 23rd as National Public Works Week will be postponed to a future meeting. Let's see, I guess Judith Anderson, Library Director and Library Board, will review the annual report.
Mayor, are we going to do public invited to be heard?
Well, according to this, we were doing that after as number 4, but that's all right. We can do that first. All right, let's just do public invited to be heard first. Okay. When you come down, please state your name and address for the record. And first up is James Johnston.
My name is James Johnston. I live at 619 Kimbark. Thank you for having us here today. And I would like to discuss the lack of housing. I have lived at the same place for 26 years, and the landlord that is there now, which is here today, and I have nothing against him, but I have to get out because he's selling the house. And I can't find anything that's with my rental and with my income, because all the rents are over 3/4 of my income. So there's nothing there right now for me. I have on dialysis. I'm disabled. I've lived in this town for 65 years. I've volunteered as a chaplain for the hospital, chaplain for the fire department and police department. I think that I have given back to this community a lot, but when I got cancer and I had to retire, there was nothing there for me. My retirement is not enough to cover anything. Disability and Social Security that I get is not enough to pay the rents that are high in this town. I believe that the City Council and the Mayor can find a solution for this if they would look into the funds that they get from the government and they get from other sources and try to use some of those for homelessness. Now, I'm desperate, so I'm asking you to find something. Thank you.
Georgetta Johnston.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Georgetta Johnston, and I live at 619 Kimbark Street in Longmont. My landlord is selling the duplex house and has given us a 30-day notice vacant, which was May 4th, and is now telling us that he's maybe going to have to take us to court. And I know he's here, and he's been good to us in lots of ways. We have checked with realtors, affordable housing authority, our Center for Disabilities, and on the computer constantly. We've been checking. I have lived here for 70 years, retired on Social Security, married 53 years. I have 2 children. I've worked at the schools, other jobs. I've volunteered at the hospital, schools, libraries, the senior center, and many things, helping out. My husband is on dialysis, as you've seen right there. And we've been helping our granddaughter for the last year, and she has 2 children, which were placed with the social services through kinship foster care because of the eviction of the social services. Has taken the children out of our home because they were afraid that maybe he was going to have to move our stuff all out on the street. So they took the children, which is very embarrassing when we've lived here and supported and helped the town and, tried to be a blessing and do our part. I feel Longmont is a beautiful city, and you, the mayor and city council, with the resources that the city and the government receive, should be used on making it a wonderful place to live. Not letting people be homeless or high rent, you can't afford to live here. the rich, the middle class, and the low income. We will be and I feel like in a recess or, getting really bad off if we don't work on helping people, because it's not funny for, like us, living here, and then because of an illness, which comes to all people, one time or another, happen to make decisions that you don't like. We, the people, are special and important and shouldn't be homeless. We have supported Longmont all these years. Thank you so much for letting me talk. You can contact me at 303-776-0019. The cell 720-589-6590, and my email is gjlovely@centurylink.net. Thank you very much.
Jennifer Osborne.
Well, hi, I'm Jennifer, and I'm, speaking about, I just got thrown out of my apartment back on March 20th. I got a notice that I was going to have to vacate the premises because...
So do you have an address right now?
Yes, I do. It's 2727 Nelson Road.
Okay.
And it's apartment J107. And I am here today because, I have a complaint, not really to be against where I'm living or anything against anybody, but it's just the idea that I lived in my apartment for like over 8 years, and now all of a sudden I'm being forced to be vacated out of there just because I'm on Section 8. And now they're not any longer taking Section 8 people where I live. I live over at the Legacy Apartments. And, I have to move out now because of them not taking, Section 8. They got rid of their affordable program a few years ago. And then I couldn't move out back then because I got sick with cancer. And, and then, according to my letter here, I've, had a hard time, trying to find an apartment once I'm having to move out of there. Well, in the process right now, I'm having to move out of there right now. And I did find another apartment, but it was very hard for me to find that one-bedroom apartment. And I can't roommate because I have a lot of furniture that I cannot get rid of that I need to have, and that it took me a long time to have. And I've been on my own, living by myself for 26 years, and I'm disabled. And I tried to hold down a job before, and I can't do it. And then my Social Security check alone cannot, cover these high rents, where I'm living. It cannot do it. Without my Section 8, it cannot do that. And that's why I was here tonight, to talk about that. And, we need to have more affordable housing places, built. That's my, issue about that. And then a lot of other people besides me had to get thrown out of their apartments as well, about 40 people besides myself. And then they're a lot sicker than I am, more disabled than me even. And this is wrong with what happened. And if I don't get out at this certain date, I will have to be served with an eviction. So I at least found an apartment, luckily, before that would happen to me, And that was just totally wrong. I was always a good tenant where I lived, and I love some of the people where I still live, but I have to leave according to what happened. And that's about all. That about covers it with me, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Everyone from Tanner's.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Fontanez. I live at 1022 Venice Street in Longmont, Colorado. Dear Mayor Coombs and City Council members, as a resident of Longmont since October of '78, I feel it is my duty as a community member to step up and speak about affordable, according to income and low-income housing in Boulder County. Please note I said affordable according to income housing for rent or purchasing a home, because when purchasing a home, we all have to do a ratio to debt income with a lending institution. I understand about inflation and how the economy fell in the 80s due to the stock market crash. Longmont was a booming town before all this happened. I personally know some seniors that are barely getting by on their income, not because they never worked in their life, but when in fact they had good jobs with good salaries. With the cost of medical insurance, food, utilities, and everyday living expenses going up, why must housing be so high? I remember my first house purchase in Longmont in '78. I had a house payment of $658 PITI. Now my rent is higher than that. Every household has a budget, and housing should not be higher than a third of their income. How can we Boulder County residents say $1,081 a month for one bedroom of housing is affordable? This means a single person has to have an income of at least $3,000 a month just to pay rent or a house payment. I know I cannot afford this even after being fortunate to work for the University of Colorado for 28.5 years, and now I receive a retirement every month. I know I can only afford my rent for only one more year. I never would have thought I would be considered low income or now be looking down upon, especially in the community I love to live and work in. Please let's make housing affordable according to income in Boulder County, where we can live and be proud of our community. Let's make Longmont a booming community again. Thank you for listening to me.
Still on turn. Mayor Coombs and Council, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Stan Toll. I'm a resident here of the city of Longmont. What I would like to kind of mention a little bit is that I had a little conversation with probably the premier expert on low-income housing here in the city of Longmont. And we probably, I won't mention his name, but he was famous because his house was being backhoed on the newspaper, backhoed by the city. Now, he was capable, he basically told me that, he could put together a low-income housing situation for less than $250. But there seems to be a problem with some of the city regulations around here. Now, there was a promise that he would get help and all this, and that was what the last thing, we're going to help him get housing. So what he says is that he was actually given a $1,000 voucher. Now, he said he spent over 2.5 months looking around, finding anybody with this $1,000 voucher, which is probably worth as much as that in the housing market here, because nobody would accept it. And so he says, well, I'm going to go back and I'm going to rebuild my house, and it's really quite good now because now the flooding has made it so the inspectors can't get out there anymore. Okay. So some serious things. I've come up to the city council and I mentioned one thing that the city could do to help out. See, one of the things is you got a $1,000 voucher, but any place, what's the landlords are doing is a scam of charging up to $50 to apply. And some of these people are taking $200 and $300 200 or 300 people for one place, $50 applications. Now that's illegal, because that is an illegal lottery. And this also violates the city ordinances. But of course, that sort of stuff doesn't get enforced in town because landlords are good people. The other thing is a lot of housing could be made available by changing some of the regs. Things like apartments over a garage. Things like a small addition for a studio on a house. A lot of that can be encouraged. The thing is, we got rules against that. How the fees are organized. It costs the same amount. It's like Mark Twain talking about sleeping underneath bridges. It's illegal for both the very rich and the bums. If you have fees for a small place, it's same as a big place, of course you're not going to have affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Ferry?
Hi, my name is Donna Ferray, and I'm the Director of Missional Outreach for Central Longmont Presbyterian Church here in Longmont. We provide emergency sheltering for the homeless population during the severe weather, and even though the church has limited funds, we try to help people who, for one reason or another, cannot be helped by other agencies here in the city. Recently, we have seen an increase in the need for help from our own congregation as well as those from outside in the community. There are families who are having difficulty making ends meet because the cost of housing is taking up too much of their paycheck. My perspective on affordable housing doesn't necessarily come from statistics or personal experience. It comes from interaction with individuals. I'd like to tell you stories about a few people we've helped in the last 6 months. The first one is a single woman who is in her 60s who suffers from mental illness and was homeless. She was waiting to get into Section 8 housing but had nowhere to go in the meantime. She pitched her tent along the alley behind the church. The neighbors were not happy that we were allowing her to live there. She was on church property. She was working with mental health professionals and a caseworker. They were helping her to get into housing. We checked on her every morning to make sure that she was okay. We provided her with supplies and made sure she had warm blankets. She eventually was placed in an apartment. The church donated some furniture, as did one of those neighbors who was not happy with us that we left her there. We helped her to move her belongings into her apartment. No one in this type of a situation should be forced to live on the streets. Second is a man who is living in transitional housing. He cares for his mother and 2 young children. He was in jeopardy of losing his transitional housing because he didn't have the money to have the utilities transferred into his name. The church helped him with those fees, and we also helped him with grocery cards so he could make ends meet. This is someone who is in an affordable housing situation, is working, but is still having difficulty making ends meet. Third is a working single mother who lives with her children in a downtown rental. In order to make ends meet, she gets groceries from area food pantries. She has a 7-year-old who has a severe gluten allergy and is on a gluten-free diet. It is difficult for her to find gluten-free items, so we've been helping her with grocery cards so she can buy these expensive things. Last is the homeless population that we serve. Many of these people have jobs, some permanent jobs, others do temporary day labor, but all of them do not earn enough money to be able to afford a place to call home. Housing in Longmont is expensive. Even what is considered affordable housing is out of the reach of many members of our community, or the cost of housing makes it difficult to provide other necessities for their family. I know housing costs are tied to the law of supply and demand. However, supply and demand...
Everybody just gets 3 minutes because we have...
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Terry Prashant? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, when the yellow light goes on, that means you have a minute left. Or excuse me, 30 seconds. Excuse me, 30 seconds.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council. My name is Terry Bashins, and I live at 717 Snowberry Street here in Longmont. The need to find affordable housing is all new to me. Up until the end of 2012, I worked full-time as a nanny and made a good living wage. I lived comfortably. Although I developed major health issues in 2009, I did not feel the true impact until the fall of 2012. That is when the realization hit that I would not be able to continue to work. At the beginning of 2013, I became a common statistic. A single, middle-aged woman with low income and no prospects to improve my financial situation. Unable to continue to work,
My savings were gone in a year. I am now part of a system that I know nothing about. I am temporarily living with a friend in a home that is physically challenging for me. I have lived in Longmont for over 5 years and in Boulder County since 1982, and there's no longer a place for me. My needs are now simple. I need a safe, clean place to live that I can physically handle. I'm not looking for a house. I'm not even asking for a full-sized apartment. I can't afford it. I need an affordable studio apartment. You do not owe me anything. I do not expect anyone to give me anything. I believe in investing in my community, and I believe that there are ways for all of us to give back. I understand that there's a cost to help. I also understand that when money is allocated to one social issue, it's taken from others. I would propose that there be a way to earn financial aid through volunteering and performing work that needs to be done in the city. Physically, I have limitations, but on a monthly basis, I have time to give back. I personally believe that to appreciate and take care of a home, one needs to be invested in it. Again, you owe me nothing, but I am asking you to please help me find a way to stay in Longmont, to please help me and to help your lunchroom ladies and your nannies and your clerks, to help all of us middle-aged women who have worked our whole adult lives, who find ourselves through no fault of own priced out of Longmont. Again, I am asking you to please help us find a way to stay here in Longmont and to continue to make this community strong. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council. My name is Diane Groff. I live at 819 Sumner Street, and I work in Longmont at the Center for People with Disabilities. I have worked for the Center for People with Disabilities for 31 years, and I've lived in Longmont for 33 years. The number one area of need that people with disabilities request in our community is affordable housing. Affordable being defined as 30% AMI. The second biggest barrier to successfully living independently in our community is employment. These essential qualities in our community are intertwined. I had the honor of serving on the Workforce Affordable Housing Task Group that met for 18 months in 2012 and 2013. And you have our recommendations in your council communications packet. I also brought the copies of the funding recommendations, because that's what it comes down to. So those are there. Our community is at a crossroads, a true turning point. We have a plan to address the development of affordable housing. Currently, not having a plan is having a plan, and it's not working. If we want to be a community that welcomes all levels and all status, we are fortunate to have a Department of Housing and Land Services in our City of Longmont government to provide valuable resources in our work towards addressing sustainable affordable housing. I ask you, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council, in your positions of leadership to please take decisive action now and develop a plan to address the ongoing need for affordable housing. You have access to the valuable work and recommendations that have been collected in our community. Now is the time to take action and work towards making our community a place where people can work, live, and retire. Thank you.
Jackie List.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council. My name is Jackie List, and I live at 402 11th Avenue in Longmont. I'm here this evening as both a citizen of Longmont and as an executive director of Safe Shelter of St. Vrain Valley, a domestic violence victim service organization that serves between 500 and 600 citizens in this community each year. Tonight I'll be reading a statement from one of our clients. We have many clients who would like to be present to speak to you directly but are not able to do so. They aren't safe in a televised meeting. These are adults and children in our community who are homeless because they have been driven from their homes by violence. For them, there is no peace at home. This is the message I bring you from them. Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council. I am keeping my identity anonymous for safety reasons. I am here to talk to you today about the issue of affordable housing. This is an issue many residents of St. Vrain Valley face in all walks of life. I am here as a survivor of domestic violence. I remember when making that decision to leave my abuser, I thought that was the hardest thing I'd ever have to do. And it was a very hard time as a single mother of a 1-year-old daughter. We'd left with nothing, fleeing to a police department and being placed in a safe shelter. This is where I found a support system, people to talk to. I was walked through the beginning of the court process that lay before me. I began to find my independence. This felt amazing. Then reality set in as my time at shelter came to an end. You must realize that you only have a short period of time in a safe shelter, 4 to 6 weeks. This is a very short time for a person to get everything in order. I was on it. I had a job, I had figured out childcare, I was on waiting lists for transitional housing, I was on waiting lists for Section 8, I was on a waiting list for the self-sufficiency program. But the waiting lists were much longer than the time I had left in shelter. I had nowhere to go. This is when I realized leaving my abuser was the easy part. Finding a way to make it was where the hard part came in. I cannot tell you the frustration. I did finally get a housing grant that would cover my rent for a year. I figured I was golden. I was going to make it. That is until the house hunting started. It took me 3 months to find an apartment that was within my budget and that would accept the grant that I had received for rent. I was once again in a shelter while looking for housing. I ask you not to only say yes, we need more affordable housing, but to look closely at what is defined to be affordable housing. Now I'm speaking for myself. This client is working and training to move into a more stable financial place in her life. She currently makes $11 an hour. That's above minimum wage. But after taxes, that's approximately $1,680 per month. She has 2 small children, a boy and a girl. That means a 3-bedroom apartment. Oops, sorry. Thank you for your time.
Virginia Black.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Black. I live at 2609 Elmhurst Circle in Longmont. The zip code is 80503. I moved to Longmont in 2010 from New York City, and now departing from what I had to say, I'm going to say that my heart really reaches out to all the people who have spoken. Having lived in subsidized housing at New York University for my whole career as a faculty member, I found myself priced out of New York when I retired, and I was extremely lucky to be able to come to Longmont. So I would definitely urge you on the affordable housing issue. And I realize that having been here only 5 years makes me somewhat of a newbie, but I love it here, and I'm trying to contribute to the community through volunteer efforts on several levels. Today I'm speaking as a citizen scientist concerned about the environment and the energy that we use, and I'm also speaking as a member of Sustainable Revolution Longmont. First, let me congratulate Longmont's Public Works and Natural Resources Department for pursuing development of a tool to evaluate the contribution to sustainability of major projects, as described in Karen Antonisi's article in the Longmont Times Call on May 10th. Although I have not seen a plan, analysis of this type is absolutely necessary to making sure that sustainability goals are met. At January 20th open forum here, there was a request for review of the sustainability plan proposed in 2008 and laid aside in 2011. Several council members concurred and asked that the plan be updated. I believe that was Gabe Santos and Brian Bagley, Jeff Moore, who is not here, Sarah Levinson, and Polly Christensen. However, since then, to all appearances, there has been no follow-up. It is my hope that this recently revealed effort in the Public Works and Natural Resources Department reflects other out of the public eye work on reviewing and implementing the sustainability plan recommendations. It is my further hope that the Council will take the opportunity today to officially direct staff to review the plans so that the process can be made official, more transparent, and open for citizen input. As a scientist who worked for many years within the NIH granting system, I know that inclusion of detailed, accountable items which can be measured with appropriate tools, is key to ensuring successful implementation and completion of broadly stated goals in any project. I would encourage the expansion of the existing sustainability plan to incorporate these detailed elements for all of its broadly stated goals, as seems to be being done by the Public Works Department. At this point, I'd like to ask members of the audience who think we need a sustainability plan to stand up. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have one other thing. I'm sorry.
Figure 3, this is up.
Okay, thank you.
Deborah McKee.
My name is Deborah McKee. I live at 4141 Da Vinci Drive, Longmont, 80503. To the Longmont City Council, I urge the council to take steps toward providing more adequate, affordable housing in Longmont, housing that provides viable options for all of its residents. The need for expanded affordable housing in Longmont has become very clear to me since working for over a year and a half with some of the most vulnerable flood victims in our city, particularly monolingual Spanish-speaking residents in mobile home parks. I was shocked to learn that affordable housing was not available for some families following the disaster. I watched as available housing prices rose, as there was no moratorium on housing increases, which resulted in higher costs to nonprofits and government agencies when they tried to help families who had been displaced. Repairs after the flood were difficult or impossible to obtain for many residents living in mobile homes. Many of these residents were unable to find inspectors and contractors who could or were willing to address the needs of those in mobile homes. Today, many families remain in mobile homes not having had a competent inspection to determine the safety of the structures. If residents were able to replace their mobile homes, some were forced to stay in flood areas in Longmont due to the lack of available mobile home park spaces and choices, as well as funding requirements. Following the flood, city officials informed us that their assistance was limited because the city did not have jurisdiction over mobile homes in these parks. The parks were private property owned by the landlords, but some landlords did not take responsibility for cleanup or helping these families. Rents continued to be required even when homes were uninhabitable. We, with the Long-Term Flood Recovery Group of Boulder County, reached out to these residents. We were able to help with many of these families' needs, but housing was another matter entirely. City officials hoped that CDBG-DR funds would help these families. But after many long months of waiting, these funds were denied to some families who were displaced by the floods because of documentation issues. When the disaster occurred in the fall of 2013, we volunteers contacted existing housing services in the city and county, including those on the affordable housing list as well as shelters for the homeless, but we were repeatedly turned away due to wait lists or lack of availability. There's little doubt that the housing shortage is leaving many low-income families behind. Many of our families are struggling to pay up to 60% of their monthly income in housing costs. Safe, secure, functional housing is a fundamental need for Longmont residents. I urge the City Council to tackle housing issues as well as poverty issues, which create part of the housing issue for families. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Buffington.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the City Council. My name is Megan Buffington, and I live at 716 Collier Street. I sat on the Longmont Workforce Housing Task Force in 2012 and 2013, and I'm a housing and financial counselor for Boulder County Housing and Human Services. My office is just across the street. Housing counselors provide one-on-one counseling in the areas of credit and debt, budgeting, which often includes rental counseling, foreclosure prevention, pre-purchase, post-purchase, and reverse mortgage. More than 30% of our clients are from Longmont. Over the last year, the lack of affordable housing has taken front and center stage in our counseling. We're now seeing people who are in foreclosure because they can't afford their mortgage payments, but who are discovering that their rents will be higher than their mortgage. We're seeing people whose rents have gone up and who have to find a way to further cut already bare bones budgets or start supplementing their incomes by using food pantries and other services. We see seniors and people with disabilities on low fixed incomes who desperately need subsidized housing and are on wait lists that are well over a year long. We receive regular calls from people with Section 8 vouchers who just can't find a place to rent. We see young parents who are trying to become self-sufficient but whose incomes don't match housing costs. And we see people who've worked hard to build their credit, save for a down payment, and get pre-approved for a mortgage only to find that there's nothing available in their price range. High housing costs and lack of availability, combined with low and stagnant wages, have created this new crisis. Statistics for the county illustrate this. Among Colorado seniors over 65, 78% of the lowest income renters spend more than 30% of their income on housing. 86% of the demand for senior affordable housing is not being met. Median per capita income in Boulder County is $38,000 a year, while the county-wide average monthly rent is $1,600. Average rents have increased 32% in 2013. We encourage you to revisit the inclusionary zoning and other mandatory funding sources to support the expansion of affordable housing in a way that maintains economic diversity within neighborhoods and avoids the clustering of low-income housing in particular neighborhood planning or school attendance areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the City Council. My name is Maureen Dennick. I live at 1405 Clover Creek Drive. This evening, I am representing the Longmont Senior Citizens Advisory Board. We are an advisory board to the City Council, and we are here to address the inadequate housing situation for seniors and others within Longmont. Would all the attending board members please rise? Thank you. Lack of adequate and income affordable housing crosses every segment of our society. We on the advisory board are here to represent the senior population in Longmont. Your conversation tonight will center on a report from the Workforce Housing Task Force. While a great deal of effort was committed to completing the report, its scope is too narrow to address the housing issues of all residents in Longmont. According to the 2010 census, 11.2% of Longmont residents are age 65 or older. In the state of Colorado, the percentage was 11.17%. As of 2013, it was expected to increase to 12.3%. According to information provided by Boulder County Area on Aging, between 2015 and 2040, the senior population between the ages of 75 and 85 will increase nearly threefold. The number of people collecting and living on Social Security or a fixed income will increase. One goal of the Longmont Senior Services and of Boulder County Area Agency on Aging is to help people age well in their homes, whether they own or rent. The number of Section 8 vouchers are being reduced by the federal government, as well as fewer vouchers are being accepted by landlords. Price points have gone up, availability has decreased. People are forced to move out of town, away from their support system. There are wait lists for housing. This is a problem shared by all agencies working to support income-challenged residents. Please take the information within the Workforce Task Study and expand that to all income-challenged residents of Longmont. There is a need to secure grants and loans for income-affordable construction. Also, change local zoning regulations so as to facilitate affordable housing construction or renovation. More is required than simply persuading or satisfying a few groups of people. When commitment has been located and activated, and when it is joined with necessary funding and creative partnerships, the prospects of ensuring income affordable housing for all will be that much brighter. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Ben McNeil. My address is 643 Terry Street. I'm coming more from the perspective of businesses here in town, and I speak on behalf, more or less, from WP Manufacturing, a business here. We employ roughly 50 people. Of those 50, more than half have issues with home ownership or rentals. I can give 3 specific examples I think the council is more or less looking for. We have one individual that's required to bike to work for 3 hours a day. It's an hour and a half back, or hour and a half one way, twice a day. The reason why is because he can't afford to live in Longmont. He bikes to Lafayette. That, looking at it in a financial sense, all of his take-home pay, none of that shows up in Longmont. We have another group of individuals, 3 of which have lived together. Prior to that, they were living out of a car. 3 of our employees lived together. One moved out because they had to go home in Alabama, but out of the 2, they couldn't afford to live in a single-bedroom apartment. Since then, one of those 2, being a manager from where I work at, is literally living out of his home, out of his car. He sleeps, or he washes at the gym. He maintains a gym membership in Boulder, and that's how he survives. The other one is living at home now at 47 years old. These aren't people making minimum wage. These are people making above minimum wage. We never hire anybody at minimum wage. Most of these people have been with the company for over 1.5 years, 2 years. A third instance is of a female working at our plant that has had to stay with a person that she no longer feels comfortable living with because she can't afford to live on her own. These are all dramatic examples, but they're not isolated. The company itself would like to support the individuals, but we're more or less directed by the way the rest of the commercial and industrial businesses are around here with regards to our wages. We also employ quite a bit of people that go through the LCTC program and work release, and those individuals too have a very difficult time once they're out of work release finding a place to live. As an employer, not myself, but speaking on behalf of the company, these are dramatic monies that's leaving the city. That's all ending up in cities like Boulder, Lafayette, Louisville, without benefiting Longmont. So, thank you.
Bill Weber.
And he'll be followed by Sherry Malloy.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Combs. I'm Bill Weber. I live at Village Place, right downtown at 600 Kaufman Street, apartment 304. And I've addressed this council before several times. It's a pleasure to be here this evening, and I'm representing SRL. We're trying to do a revolution here within the community. My thoughts are, I'm coming at it from a little different perspective. We just appointed a new chairman for our group, Joan Gregerson, whom all of you have known, has addressed you previously as our major representative. She's now moved to, just recently to Denver, and we now have appointed Jennifer Chase as our new chairman. And Jennifer is a brilliant scientist who works for the FDA, runs a couple of scientific labs in Denver area, is a tremendous person, soft-spoken, much like Joan, and will be a very good representative of our group. I was privileged to listen to a tape recently that was presented to me by a group of Cornell University professors and students who have done some wonderful things in Ithaca, New York, and I realize it's far removed from Longmont. However, their ideas were really, I think, good and ideas that we could utilize here in this city. Mainly their ideas are that of collaboration and working together as a community to come up with solutions to solve serious problems. Now, the housing issue is a very serious problem, obviously, as evidenced by everyone who has spoken here this evening. We think we might have a possible solution. We have a scientist in our group who has spent numerous hours studying that subject. We know how to build stackable container units, and we could build them right here in Longmont. And some of the newest styles now are very habitable. They're not large, you know, they're about 300 or 400 square feet typically. But you can squeeze a bedroom or a studio out of them, and the rents can be very affordable. Around the country, we studied average rents for those kinds of units, and they're typically under $500 a month. So that places it far below many of the low-income rents that are being charged in this community. And we can get you the statistical data about that program. Another thing that we might consider is building a solar wind farm. I've got to go, I guess. So, but anyway, there are a lot of things that we could do if we work together, and I hope that all of you will get serious about doing some of those. Thank you.
Sherry Malloy.
Good evening, Sherry Malloy, 2113 Rangeview Lane. I'm here to speak on 3 topics: affordable housing, the city's internal sustainability tool, and the St. Frank Creek plan. Regarding affordable housing, in 2011, City Council, with Brian Baum as mayor, voted to do away with the 10% fee or property developers had been paying to support affordable housing. The only remaining council members are Sarah Levison, who voted against this motion, and Gabe Santos, who voted to do away with this helpful program. The justification was that developers were hurting. Well, they aren't hurting now, with 0% vacancy rates and increasing rents, as we just heard. I recently spoke with Councilman Bagley about this issue and sounded like he supports reinstating some financial responsibility to developers. He also suggested a multi-pronged approach, including possibly assessing a fee to property owners who sell their property. Property values in Longmont have appreciated 19+% in just 2 years, so this seems reasonable. I plan on selling my home in the next couple years, and I'd support this idea, but only if developers are also expected to ante up. You've all been wringing your hands about this issue for many months. It's time to roll up some sleeves and set some serious policy. Secondly, I'm looking forward to tonight's presentation by staff about the Public Works and Natural Resources Department new sustainability tool for determining how new city projects will be run through an evaluation process on criteria such as social, community, and environmental impacts. This sounds promising. As a public school teacher of 33 years, I know very well how important assessment is. As everyone knows, there are standards, now called Common Core, which schools use to implement curriculum and assess students to measure success or progress. What's confusing to me is how the city will use the evaluation data gathered by the new sustainability tool without a sustainability plan. Also, is this official city policy for all departments or just one department? Without goals, the citywide implementation, I'm wondering how meaningful this tool will be. I'm hoping to be enlightened. Lastly, I want to speak to significant concerns regarding the St. Frank Creek Improvement Plan and subsequent blueprint for development. As we sit here tonight, Left Hand is a mess with all underpasses flooded, severe erosion of banks threatening private property. The same will be true for the St. Frank if the blueprint for development proceeds. It's a simple safety issue to leave and enhance natural landscapes to absorb excess moisture to help prevent flooding from heavy rains and snow. Developing along the St. Vrain is an economically motivated plan that would make a few property owners and developers very wealthy at the expense of the rest of us and wildlife. Colorado Parks and Wildlife has identified Longmont's reach of the St. Vrain as an extremely important and unique habitat, known to have the highest diversity of native fish on the Front Range. Because it is unknown why this habitat is desirable to these rare and struggling native fish, plans to make improvements is impossible to do with any degree of confidence in the outcome. Our St. Vrain Creek corridor needs much further study, monitoring, assessment, planning, and coordinating to maximize protection. Because of concerns, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Mary Simonson. Mayor, could you please announce slides, or should be followed by James Kenworthy.
Hi, my name is Mary Simonson. I do not live in Longmont, but my job I'm a housing coordinator which serves Boulder County. And I'm here concerned about the housing markets that we do not have for our set income people with disabilities. I, for the first time in 15 years, have had 4 vouchers returned to me because no one could find anything affordable that they could move into. This is a great concern. You know, the federal government gives us these vouchers to house people, and we're not able to do it. And all of these vouchers happen to be in the Longmont area. So hopefully we can figure out something to get where we have more affordable housing in this area for our people.
James County. James County, 107 Caribou Place. I've been in Longmont for 30 years, which means nothing. It depends on other things. The open forum was almost 4 months ago. It'll be 4 months ago in 1 week. And we're really curious about what has been done to revive the sustainability plan. The Public Works and Natural Resources Department has taken some steps to prepare for such a plan. Congratulations to that department. The world is in crisis. The climate has become erratic. We had a flood here a couple of years ago, and look at the problems that that flood has caused. Prepare for more. The problems are global. The solutions are local. Bureaucracies are hard to move. Some are fossilized. National and state governments are influenced and controlled by corporations. The corporate system, they got the money. Cities, possibly more amenable to the people. Recognize the global solution. No. Recognize the global problem. Work locally where people can pitch in. That's the solution. The staff needs direction from this council to move in the right direction. The city needs a sustainability plan that includes the people, the environment, and the economy. All 3. There have been many changes since 2008. I think that's when the meetings took place that Dale Rademacher talked about in the article in the paper. On a global scale, the carbon dioxide presence of the atmosphere was then 395 parts per million. It's now, in 2005, the average for March was 400 parts per million. The population of Longmont has changed, and we are more connected, more active. The city needs up-to-date information from the population. Those meetings that happened in 2008 need to reoccur. During the open forum, 5 city council members spoke in favor of an updated plan. Show us some progress, please. Thank you. Ruth Wankin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ruth Walker. It's okay, nobody can get it right. I'm 68 years old. I live at 2526 Danbury Drive. I worked in Longmont for 20 years, first 12 years with Mental Health Partners and the last 8 years with the Longmont Senior Center, and I'm now retired. My work experience has been with older adults, most of them at low and moderate incomes who have struggled with many issues, among them housing. 3 years ago, the then City Council appointed a workforce affordable housing task force to take a look at the housing needs. That focus was way too narrow, and it really has to be broadened to include older adults, disabled, and low-income residents of Longmont. Kathy Fedler has done a remarkable job, along with her staff, of doing follow-up work at the direction of the City Council at that time and the Workforce Task Force. And they've developed some strategies that include some funding options. Their work and the presentation that will be made this evening and your decisions about housing are going to frame how the city will approach affordable housing for many years to come. We know there's insufficient housing at the market rate with a vacancy level at about 2% or more, and for affordable and low-income housing, the availability is more like 1%. Interestingly, the expectation, and this is information through the Area Agency on Aging's Age Well plan, the expectation is that the rate of growth in our county over the next 4 years of people between 60 and 64 years of age is going to grow by 10%. And those 65 to 70 years by 17%, and those 70 to 74 by some 37%. The issue of adequate, safe, affordable and supportive housing for older adults isn't going to go away. And as a nation, it's not just a desire for older adults to live in community, but it's financially a lot smarter to enable people to stay in residence in the community. 4 years ago, the council ended the inclusionary rule, requiring developers to provide a certain percentage of affordable housing. Since then, I'm not aware that any funds have been dedicated to creating affordable housing, much less for those with low income. It's really imperative for you to broaden the scope of creating and funding affordable and low income housing that includes older adults. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Jean Christopher.
This is state your name time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
State your name and address.
Christopher. Okay. As a community manager of an affordable housing rental property, I experience daily the growing need for additional affordable housing. Excuse me?
What's your address?
Oh, 70 21st Avenue.
Okay. Thank you.
Longmont. Okay. And that's where I also am the manager. I manage 2 properties. One is a 50-unit property for people 62 and older. Another is a 28-unit townhome-style property for anyone. The latter is currently populated primarily by families. I have a waiting list for each property. Both are more than a year and a half long, if not longer. Every single day I receive calls from people looking for affordable rental property. When I mention to a caller that I have a waiting list, they often reply, every place they have called has a long waiting list. There is no doubt that additional affordable rental property is needed in Longmont. We're not talking entitlement here. We're talking about people who have worked hard all their lives and simply don't make enough to meet the rising rental prices. In the case of my senior property, one of the residents is a former manager of another apartment complex in Longmont. Another resident, Frank Oshudo, is the original owner of Your Butcher Frank. Another resident taught at a major university. Several of my residents are former school teachers, engineers, construction workers. Several have owned their own businesses, and I could go on and on. These are people who have had a job, a career, and made a decent contribution during their working lives. These are people who have integrity and value living in Longmont. If it weren't for properties like the ones I manage, they couldn't afford to live here and contribute to other sectors of the economy by having at least some disposable income. With respect to the family property that I manage, we're celebrating a resident who recently worked herself off Section 8. This is huge cause for celebration. She has worked herself off Section 8, but she cannot afford to move. She has to stay where she is. She can't find another apartment in Longmont. She has opted instead to put sweat equity into Habitat for Humanity. City Council members are responsible for addressing the needs for affordable housing. But there's more than affordable housing involved here. To maintain integrity, every city must be diverse. Not every resident makes 6 or 7 figure annual incomes. Some residents have incomes that are only 4 digits. Am I done?
Yes.
Okay, you got the point. Okay, thank you.
Edwina Salazar. And she'll be followed by John Caldwell.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and members of City Council. I'm Edwina Salazar, the Executive Director of the Hour Center at 303 Atwood. Of course, the Hour Center is experiencing the great impact due to the lack of affordable housing in Longmont. Every day, families report extraordinary increases in rents. Singles report downsizing from apartments to renting one room. And for the first time since I've been Executive Director of the Hour Center, we know that there are several families living in their cars with children. Children experiencing homelessness are more often hungry, sick, and worried where their next meal and bed will come from. They wonder if they have a roof over their heads, if they will have a roof over their heads at night, and what will happen to their families. No bed to call their own. They have lost safety, the comforts of home, friends, belongings, soothing routines, and community. Their losses combine to create a life-altering experience that can inflict lasting wounds. The Hour Center is working hard to prevent this from happening. However, even when we can help someone with direct financial assistance, those families that we propose to help cannot find housing. The Hour Center or any one nonprofit, church, or government agency can't put a dent in this issue, but we can as a community. This community banded together to start the In-Between and the Hour Center, with faith communities contributing, government contributing, other community members, and nonprofits all banding together. So we propose as the Hour Center that we not lay this totally on city government, but that we really create a coalition to work together for this. However, the city government is needed, especially to attract investors in affordable housing and to establish policies and ordinances that facilitate the development of affordable housing. While we wait for regional solutions, children in our community are hurting. I urge the city to evaluate the best practices of the Workforce Housing Report and work with other concerned entities like nonprofits, churches, and other entities to create a plan and create it urgently. Thank you.
Thank you. John Caldwell.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, council members, City Manager Vingus and staff, and fellow citizens. I'm John Caldwell, and I reside at 1315 Longs Peak Avenue in Longmont. I'd like to state up front that I do not have any solutions to the affordable housing issue in Longmont. But I would like to put housing in perspective as an asset in our community. Residential housing is by far the largest single asset class in the community. It's 5 times larger than the commercial and industrial infrastructure, and I would argue probably equally significantly larger than the government infrastructure. And it's also the largest asset or the largest expense to most of our citizens. And is also a very intimate physical part of our citizens' lives, providing them comfort and shelter. Although government's role is to oversee primarily government infrastructure and the services it provides, through its lawmaking capabilities and leadership position, it has significant impact on the residential and commercial assets of the community as well. In the history of Longmont, the government and the citizens have done an excellent job of strategically planning and executing sustainable development in the areas of school, water, electricity, telecommunications, streets, and other utilities, which are the envy of other communities. And as citizens, we should be justifiably proud and appreciative of the past long-range thinking. Affordable housing is a significant issue in our community and to its citizens. But it is different in the sense that it is part of the private sector and not the government sector, as the previously mentioned government assets are. Because it is such a significant issue in our community with so many ramifications which have been or will be articulated by others, it is imperative that the council and government, in collaboration with the citizens of Longmont, make a long-term commitment to address this issue. It's going to take everyone to learn from previous history of housing, to think strategically about the future of affordable housing, avoiding stereotypes, ideologies, and self-interest to develop a consensus on a long-term plan to address affordable housing. As I mentioned earlier, Longmont has continually risen to achieve enviable long-term solutions in the past, and it can be achieved in the area of housing, but it's going to take a long-term commitment of time and money by the citizens of Longmont. With a long-term commitment from council as leaders of the community, we can be successful in this effort and make Longmont proud and the envy of others in the area of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Gordon Pedro. Mayor and Council, Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. As you continue your multi-year protracted discussion of affordable housing issues tonight, please keep in mind two short phrases containing 6 words. 1, sustainable, inclusive Longmont. 2, vision and courage. An inclusive Longmont community is a place where all members of the workforce can find opportunities to live within the city if they choose to do so. Council members, you are the individuals we elect to make tough political decisions and to lead with vision and courage. John Caldwell just cited examples of when previous city councils made decisions that were visionary and courageous. Where would our community be today if past councils had opted for the easy path and declared, we will let the free market decide Longmont's future? Today, we would be without 2 of our most valuable community assets: affordable, reliable municipal electric services and plentiful water supplies. During the time that you have been discussing affordable housing issues, this City Council has recognized the need to tinker with the so-called free market a number of times in order to obtain desirable community amenities. Not long ago, you gave a substantial subsidy to the developer of the old Butterball Turkey site to accelerate construction of apartment units. Unfortunately, those units do not address the real affordable housing issues as outlined in the report under review tonight. Of course, the largest intervention in the market you have made is the nearly $30 million subsidy for the redevelopment of the old Twin Peaks Mall into a retail center. Since retail establishments are notorious for low-wage jobs, this market intervention exacerbates the need for affordable housing if these future employees are to have opportunities to live within our community. Council members, you have been discussing affordable housing for nearly 4 years. It is time that you lead with vision and courage on this matter. Please work with staff to establish community goals for affordable housing and determine a source of revenue that will ensure that we have the means to invest commensurate with those goals. I encourage you to properly address this issue so that your legacy will be, when you had the opportunity, you made a positive contribution toward a sustainable, inclusive Longmont. Thank you. Thank you. No applause. Tim Racco.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and City Council members. My name is Tim Rocco and I live at 1455 South Bowen Street. Before I go any further, I quietly applaud those who have come tonight to revive this issue. I too am here to support efforts for developing affordable housing in Longmont. I could give you dozens of examples where I witnessed those struggling to find adequate housing, but I feel that the need is well documented, so I'll focus elsewhere. I encourage the City Council to consider creative options such as nonprofit developer collaborations, incentives, or mandates to attract new units to those at 30% AMI or below, or to reintroduce some measure of inclusionary zoning. A developer without direction or purpose will not necessarily have what's in mind, what's best for the city. As an employee of the in-between, it seems a shame to work diligently with families and individuals that are trying to achieve some level of self-sufficiency, and after a year or two have nowhere to transition back into somewhere that's reasonably affordable. Philosophically, I believe that the role of the city government is to serve citizens of all socioeconomic levels, to provide the mechanisms and structures to provide opportunity, and clearly we have an underserved population with great need. I do also thank you for your dedication and the demonstration that you show in your positions of trust in this community. Thank you much.
Thank you. Deb McCabe, followed by Kyle Snyder.
Good evening. Deb McCabe, 3470 22nd Street in Boulder. And when I came here this evening, I wasn't planning on talking about affordable housing. But it is an issue with me. So I'm with the Longmont Sculling Club, and we run a program out at Union Reservoir. And I'm trying to hire a coach. And one of the impediments for her moving to Longmont is housing and housing costs. I think she would be an excellent asset to our club, and so she's trying to figure out if it's possible to make that happen. But what I did come here to talk about tonight was our club. So we've been in existence, so some of you have seen me here before. It's been probably a couple of years since I've talked to folks. But I run a sculling club out at Union Reservoir. So sculling is rowing with 2 oars. We've been out there since 2008. We currently have about 40 members. And looking around this audience tonight, I see people who have been members of the club in the past, who have sculled out at Union Reservoir, not as members of the club, or have had family members that have been out there. So we kind of reach across a whole range of the population. So from kids, we've had junior programs that have been out there, through adults. We do a lot of learn to row classes, and sort of just a general population. One of the things that we are doing is a new thing, is adaptive rowing. So we're getting a disabled population out on the water. So we started on land, excuse me, and we're going to be getting them onto the water this summer. We had a couple of people last year, and these are people with different kinds of physical disabilities. It might be, we've had people with amputations, we've had paralyzed people, PTSD, traumatic brain injury, MS. It kind of runs the gamut of folks. The Veterans Administration, in working with the U.S. Rowing Association, has identified 5 different areas of the country that are sort of underrepresented in adaptive rowing. And the Denver area is one of them, and the Longmont Sculling Club is working with U.S. Rowing and has received some grant money to run these programs. So this year we've gotten some equipment, pontoons for the boats, adaptive equipment, to be able to get people on the water, fixed seats for the people that don't have use of their legs, so that they can participate in our sport. Our programs so far have been both adaptive specific and inclusive. So if people have use of their legs in some capacity, they're able to participate with the able-bodied athletes. So I just kind of wanted to let you know that this was going on in the community. We're having an open house next weekend on Sunday, and that's open to anybody that wants to come out and try getting into one of these skinny little boats. We'll have an experienced person sitting in the bow, and I'd like to invite you all to attend.
Thank you.
So, and I'm just going to pass out a little thing if you want to pass those around.
Kyle Snyder.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, City Council members. I'm Kyle Snyder at 11716 Montgomery Circle. I'm a sales manager at Land Title Guarantee Company for the past 10 years. I'm a former certified residential real estate appraiser, and I produce the official real estate statistics for the Longmont Association of Realtors. I tell you this because I'm very familiar with the local real estate market. I'd like to comment on the information contained in the Longmont Comprehensive Plan being discussed tonight, particularly that found on page 31, the average home prices of 2014. Most of the numbers here are within 2 to 7% of those found in the MLS, the multi-list service. But there are two that stand out. One area is reported about 15% higher than I could find. This can be an anomaly of the MLS area versus the city limits. But Boulder, I tried every way I could to create an average price near $571,000, including pulling tax records and averaging in over 90 $0 nominal transfers of property, and it could only get this down to $665,000. This number is simply wrong. In fact, the average sales price in Boulder in the first quarter of 2015 was $924,000. I see this information came from DOLA. I'm not sure where they got their numbers, but it would be helpful to see their data that impacts the decisions that this council will make and the possible expenditure of taxpayer dollars. The next thing I would like to point out is a recent study I completed. I'd like to submit the copies for your review. Some of you have seen this. Without going through the whole report, I would like to get your attention to page 4, 5, and 6. The last number under each town name is expressed as a percentage, and it's something I call, for purposes of this report, an affordability index. Bottom line here is that Longmont has one of the highest inventories and sales of homes under $250,000 in the area. Some neighboring towns may be more affordable, but there is much less available inventory for buyers. And I feel there's a gap in the Longmont Comprehensive Plan that does not address this. Lastly, I would like to submit that item number 2 on page 42 of the Comprehensive Plan is contradicted by the evidence submitted in this report on page 41. Number 2 states that the for-sale housing market is homogeneous. There is little diversity in price points and product type. One size fits all. The graphs here clearly show that is not true. And I would like to see some more evidence to back up these assertions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rick Accountius.
Greetings. I'm Rick Accountius. I live at 2027 Creekside Drive. Mayor Coombs, members of the City Council, I too am also here to talk about the housing, but I'm going to come at you at a different perspective. I'm here to talk about transportation and how it relates to affordable housing. Before I go on, though, I need to give full disclosure. I am a board member of VIA. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the board, but I am here to talk about as a concerned citizen and as a strong advocate for VIA. So how does transportation relate to housing? Well, you heard the story of the gentleman who's bicycling an hour and a half to get to his place of employment. But I'm going to direct your attention to slide 13 of the presentation in your packet. This slide forecasts Longmont's growing senior population. These individuals will very likely be on a fixed income, and they will benefit greatly from your efforts regarding affordable housing here in Longmont. The disabled and low income will also benefit. All of these groups are primary customers to VIA. I'm going to shoot some factoids at you, so bear with me here for a second. Longmont has the fastest growing low-income, older adult, and disabled population in VIA's 5-county service area. In 2014, VIA provided over 40,000 paratransit trips and roughly 48,000 call-in rides. 25% of all trips were for health care purposes. 26% of Longmont's VIA's customers are over the age of 80, and 67% are over the age of 60. 65% of those customers live with a disability or a chronic disease. 31% of those live at an annual income below $12,000. Now, VIA's cost to provide these services to Longmont exceeded $1.2 million last year, over 30% of VIA's entire budget. Only 14% of that amount was covered by the city. If you do the math, that means VIA provided over $1 million of unrecovered services last year. That can't last forever. These aren't numbers to ignore. Our aging population continues to grow, so will these numbers. As the disparity in income continues to grow, so will these numbers. As affordable housing grows, so will these numbers. I think you get the picture. So as you deliberate this particular topic, please, I ask, please make transportation part of the conversation. Affordable housing, by definition, implies the vulnerable members of our community will live there. If you are struggling to make your rent or purchase a home, you are highly likely to be struggling with your transportation needs. I ask, please don't let transportation be an afterthought to affordable housing. Affordable transportation and affordable housing are essential if the city wishes to enable aging in place for its growing population of older adults and the people living with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Roger Lane.
Mayor Combs and City Council, my name is Roger Lang. I live at 800 Briarwood Lane in Longmont. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Foothills United Way, of which I am a board member. I want to talk about United Way's partnership with the City of Longmont on a couple of issues that are important to our community. First, a good example is flood recovery and what we're doing to those people that have been affected by the flood. The Long-Term Flood Recovery Program is a collaborative initiative with Foothills United Way, Boulder County, and the City of Longmont. And it has distributed over $2 million to flood victims over the last 18 months. This effort involved Karen Roney with the City of Longmont and her team and has resulted in helping over 500 families to date. It's a wonderful example of how cooperation between governmental entities and Foothills United Way can accomplish a great deal of good for our citizens. So secondly, in the same vein, affordable housing is one of United Way's top priorities, as I know it is for the City of Longmont. It's one of the most essential human needs in our communities throughout Boulder County. Just as we continue to work as partners for flood victims, Foothills United Way looks forward to working with the City of Longmont in addressing affordable housing needs in the future as our community continues to grow and prosper. We fully support Longmont prioritizing affordable housing in its new comprehensive plan and commit to partner with Longmont to help achieve goals in that direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Schnatzmeyer. I always butcher that. Sorry, Michael.
It's okay, Dennis. Good job. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Mike Schnatzmeyer, 12001 Twilight Street, Longmont. I'm speaking both as a member of Sustainable Revolution Longmont, just a member, co-organizer, but also as a long-term planner, environmental designer, and a former Housing Authority Commissioner for the City of Louisville. I'm here to actually talk about solutions to this housing process, particularly for seniors. This is a solution that is a free market approach to affordable housing. It does not require subsidies. It does not require subsidies from the city, from the state, or from the federal government. These are subsidies that can dry up with the economy and go away. This is a solution that provides up to $6,000 to $9,000 per household per year in perpetuity without subsidies as a free market approach. This is money that can be used not only for housing, but for health care, for health insurance, for food, for wellness, for job training, and simply for living. This is money that can be spent downtown to drive the downtown economy, money that can be spent at the Village Mall to help the mall flourish and for the city to recover their $30 million investment. This is a solution that's inclusive of all age groups and all economic demographics. The solution, you may ask, and hopefully some of you have guessed by now, is to build a walkable city. To build a city that is denser, that doesn't require one to own a car in order simply to be alive. If you can build a city that provides a basic civil right to live without being forced to own a car and pollute the atmosphere, where you can walk to work, you can walk to shops, you can walk to downtown, you can walk to the Village Mall. This frees up documented $6,000 to $9,000 per household that can drive a flourishing, successful city of Longmont. Building a denser, more walkable city can attract entrepreneurial businesses. We're seeing it happening all over the United States. These businesses create job opportunities. They create training. This is also about jobs and economic opportunities. The walkable city does that. It's happening. We need to build a denser walkable city. A walkable city reduces cars on the road. It reduces traffic as the city builds out within its limited boundaries. It reduces pollution. It helps address the global climate change issue and helps counteract sprawl. Our comprehensive plan and river corridor plan that we'll be doing over the next year, the city's doing a great job, the staff is doing a great job. Let's keep it up. We cannot afford another flood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Strider Benston. Yeah.
Greetings, Mayor Coombs, City Council, Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. Well, I came down mostly to listen tonight, and boy, have I been hearing a lot. One thing, although the severity of our circumstance is patently obvious by all the people from many different circumstances who have spoken tonight, we're probably in the top 10% of the cities in the country in how well we are already dealing with it. It's a national and worldwide issue on many counts. I have myself being in marginal housing circumstance, and for the last 25 years, my housing costs have gone from generally range from about 60% to 250% of my total income has gone toward housing. I got lucky a few years ago. I got on Section 8, and even with that, it's right barely marginal. We have to look at the total economy while we're looking at this. The local economy is somewhat growing, as is the national. But what's happened since the crash in 2007? Well, 91% of all the increase in the American economy has gone to the top 0.1% of the population. 1 out of 1,000. That means the rest of the 999 of us are scrapping with each other over how do we survive and what do we do with that other 8 or 9% of growth. A miracle happened today. The fast track got stopped on TPP, which gives us a little breathing space before it comes up again, because the whole game plan is corporate dictatorship, the race to the bottom, drive everybody into slavery, destroy unions, destroy democracy, destroy all environmental protections. One example of what that would do, one small country, I forget, it might be Ecuador, passed a law recently to ban advertising of tobacco products so they could save their population from cancer. Philip Morris is suing that country in World Trade Organization. TPP is going to be just like that, although infinitely worse. Forget any regulations, any labor rights, any right to vote, any democratic rights. That is what is going on. We have to look nationally as well as locally. I think we're doing a pretty good job locally, but let's keep awake and bring back that sustainability plan.
Julie Van Dommelen. There's a familiar face.
I know it's a little surprised to see me. The last time I was in this room, I was sitting in your chair. And I want to, I don't know if I ever got the chance to thank you personally, your staff, Harold, and the City Council that so graciously hosted the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees when we were evacuated from our town for all those months. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. But tonight, I'm here as the Executive Director of the Emergency Family Assistance Association. I started at EFA in December. And for those of you that don't know EFA, it's a safety net organization that's been helping families in need in Boulder County for almost 100 years through basic needs in housing. So I do want to address the affordable housing issue. My address is 108 Longs Peak Drive in Lyons, the other Longs Peak Drive. And EFA owns and operates 11-unit apartment complex in Longmont on Atwood that is designed to prevent family homelessness. These are short-term housing units where families can stay up to 12 weeks, no rent, furnished, everything provided, really for families that are in crisis and facing homelessness. So while you look at the overall housing situation, I want to encourage you to pay particular attention to the lower and the lowest income households where impacts are the greatest right now. Typically the residents of Atwood come there from the vagaries of life, shocks like illness, loss of a job, divorce. And what we're seeing are, people coming from housing shocks. Now, 2 weeks ago, I was there with a single mom, 4 kids, entering one of the apartments that had been evicted because the landowner was looking to sell the unit, and there was no place else to go. So when you ask yourself, where do people go when they're getting priced out? They are in dire straits. And in this case, these are four kids in school in Longmont facing dislocation. As Edwina Salazar, the Our Center, so rightfully pointed out, the impact on children in Longmont is very high. So I would encourage Longmont to be proactive in your approach. I think the alarm bells are sounding. You heard them tonight. It will only get harder and more expensive. And so to find permanently affordable housing is a big challenge, and you have nonprofit partners, a great staff, and a business community that's all interested. So, we wish you well and hope that you come up with something great.
Thank you, Julie.
Nice to see you.
Christina Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the City Council. My name is Christina Kay, and I'm the Street Outreach Coordinator with Homeless Outreach, providing encouragement, or HOPE. I'm also a Longmont resident at 3214 Lake Parkway. I'm here tonight to tell you a little bit about HOPE. We work with the homeless population in Longmont, or people who are at risk of experiencing homelessness. And we have seen an increase in need in the past years as affordable housing has decreased in Longmont. We have, many of the people that we serve are actually working, and they just cannot put together enough money to afford a place to stay. We also have clients who are housed, but so much of their income goes towards their housing that they find themselves needing to utilize our services to make ends meet. In order to decrease homelessness in Longmont, it's imperative that we increase affordable housing. That may be obvious. And we believe at HOPE that all Longmont residents deserve a stable and affordable place to live. Thank you so much for taking time to study this issue, and thank you in advance for the action that I know you'll take.
Thank you. Edna Woman.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members and staff. These are new trifocals. I hope they work. I'm Edna Lohman. I live at 1314 Grant Street, and I bought my house and retired here in 2005. So, and I like it very much, and I hope things keep going this way. So I'm here to talk about the sustainability plan, but I also just want to say how moved I am by the hardships that I've been hearing about on the housing, and I talk to homeless people, and I always have the feeling like just a flip of the dice and it could have been me or you. So, I mean, I hope that we're a city of compassion and sharing in the solutions that are needed. The people of Longmont care about sustainability. I'm a member of Seascape, a subcommittee of Sustainable Revolution Longmont. SRL had a great success on Earth Day, April 22nd. Nearly 1,200 people of all ages, both youths and adults, gathered at the fairgrounds for Youth of the Earth Festival. Much of this event was produced by the youth themselves, and it was a great success. And it just shows that people do care about sustainability in Longmont. On January 20th of this year, the City Council promised to consider adopting a sustainability plan for Longmont. We citizens are very interested to see the adoption of a sustainability plan, as you've seen tonight. This week, the Times-Call reported a sustainability tool would be applied to assess future city projects. It's good to see that there's some movement here regarding sustainability. However, I believe this is only a small move toward a sustainability plan. Any measurement or accounting tool should be geared toward assessing how well goals are being met. We do not know what the goals this tool was designed for. Sustainability plans should be built around achieving some goals. What are the goals here? Citizens should be involved in defining the goals that go into a sustainability plan. I believe a sustainability plan should have goals pertaining to sustaining water resources, energy resources, natural resources, and the like. A good example is the plan adopted by Lions. As well as goals, any plan should specify objectives or means to achieve them, an accounting system to measure achievement, and a timetable for meeting goals and objectives. I hope the Council will see to adoption of a complete plan for sustainability for Longmont. That is what we need to have Longmont continue to be a vibrant, healthy, and communal place for our children, grandchildren, and beyond. And I thank you for any efforts that you can make on this behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to address the council at this time? Just come forward and state your name and address.
My name is Darlene O'Shanney, and I don't have an address. I live in my van. My 3 sons live in their vehicles for 2 years now. We can't find a place to go live together, and I have money. I can't get enough money from the bank to buy a place in Longmont. And I wanted to say something which should have got your attention, that the people that live down by the river, and the cops are always chasing them, and that costs you money. But one person that lived down by the river built a tree house. That should have caught your attention. That person was down there building that tree house because they had no place to go. And then the other night I was at the community meeting up there with a young girl when you guys had your community meeting. And I said nothing. I sat in the back. And Jennifer, she has no place to go. She lives in the back of a truck. And she needs a place to live. And there's a lot of people out there that need places like that to live. As for me, I work for this town and this city, driving a bus for 27 years for VIA. And most of my employers do not know I'm homeless, that I sleep in my van every night. And I don't want them to know. But I do want you to know that there is a big problem out there, a big one. And one way you could solve the solution is you could build buildings like they did at 606 Pratt,
where they charge people. It is a non-profit housing. Has nothing to do with the housing authority and nothing to do with Habitat for Humanity or how much people make. You can build places like that and charge people. They charge over there, I think it's $400 for an efficiency and $540 for a one bedroom. And people live down by the river. Maybe they can go to work in the day labor and afford places like that. And I don't mean stuff like at 303 Kaufman either, because that's a bad place to stay. So I thank you very, very much for listening. You have a great day. I love you all.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to address the audience at this point? Okay, I'll close public invited to be heard. So I guess the library board's got a presentation to make. Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Can we take like a 2-minute break?
Okay, we can take a 5-minute break.
Oh, you are kind.
I was going to do it after this, but that's fine.
I need it.
back together, and can everybody please take their seats, please?
I didn't know follow the housing task force.
I'm ready.
Can everybody please take their seats so we can continue our meeting?
Y'all ready?
I am ready.
I'm ready.
Come on, let's take our seats, please. Order.
Or we can postpone everything.
We've invested so much.
Yeah.
We have a PowerPoint.
Can everybody please take their seats?
Mayor, can we have order, please?
Come on, everybody, sit down. All right, let's go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. I'm Judith Anderson. I'm the director at the Longmont Library. And I am here tonight just to actually introduce Mark Springfield.
Councilmember Central.
Judith, I'm sorry. If you have conversations, can you please take them outside the chamber, please? Thank you. Sorry, Judith.
No problem. So I'm here to introduce Mark Springfield. He is the chair of the library board, and he will be presenting the annual report to you from 2014 from the library. We had a really good year. The board was very active, and I think you'll enjoy hearing what he has to say. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Combs, members of council. As Judith said, my name is Mark Springfield, 2009 Calico Court 80503. And I am with the your Longmont Library Advisory Board. The board and I are very pleased to be here tonight to talk to you about our fabulous library. We are delighted to present to you our 2014 Library Board Annual Report. We have a copy in your packet this evening. 2014, as Judith says, was a very good year for the library and for our community. We continue to be very busy. While many brick and mortar institutions are struggling, the library continues to serve our community from the building next door. This year's circulation of materials continues high at 1.2 million items. The library goes beyond our physical building, however, with a strong web presence offering ebooks, digital magazines, downloadable and streaming music, video, and online classes. As you know, the city launched the new website last August. In 2014, the library's pages were the most visited after the city's homepage. The library is continuously working to make our pages easy to use and inviting, and we expect web traffic to increase even more in 2015. Our library is on the cutting edge of library services. A great example is our programming for children and teens diagnosed on the autism spectrum. The kids and their parents come from all over northern Colorado to participate in our programs. The library stays open after hours for special story times, music therapy programs, and Lego builds, while also being available for regular library services as simple as browsing the collection or checking out books. There is no judgment and all are welcome. We have created a storyboard that parents and teachers can use with the kids to explain what happens in a library. We have found there is less anxiety and the visits go much smoother if everybody knows what to expect. Our events are for the entire family. Both neurotypical and atypical siblings attend. For families with children on the spectrum, having an event that the entire family can participate in is very unique. Library staff, and most importantly our kids with ASD, are working with local entrepreneur Jalali Hartman to create a robot that all children can relate to. The robot is someone who will welcome them to the library and make them feel more at ease. We'll talk more on the robot later. Our summer programs range from babies and early literacy through school-age children and teens, and now include adults in our Stay Curious programs. Over 5,000 children and teens participated in our programs last year. We are a major player in Longmont in helping stem the summer reading slide that children experience, if not challenged, to use their brains during the summer break. Studies show that children who are not learning and reading over the summer lose ground, and in fact never make it up when they return to school in the fall. The loss is cumulative. Over the years, and a fourth grader who has lost ground every summer is significantly behind his or her peers. In 2014, we launched our first summer learning program for adults called Stay Curious. We offered opportunities to attend programs throughout the city and win prizes for attending. Our final program was a science fair for adults, complete with 3 panel displays and blue ribbons. One mom who participated said she did this in order to teach her children that learning was a lifelong experience and not just for school. Our book cycle was a local phenomenon. No matter where it goes, it attracts crowds. We were on the road for 27 events in 2014. It is a great icebreaker, and we get to talk to people, parents and children, who are not regular library users. We would like to point out and thank the Friends of the Library for the funding of the book cycle. Looking ahead at 2015 and beyond, I would like to share with you some of our planned activities. With the assistance of Councilmember Moore and the Tinker Mill, the board is placing several little libraries around town. The goal is to get books into the hands of children who may not have many books in the home. At this time, we are placing libraries in partnership with the Youth Center, the YMCA, and Sandstone Ranch. We also hope to have a little library near Kanemoda Park, where the Library and Community Services Department will be offering a feeding, reading, and activity program this summer. The library board is visiting other boards around town to determine if there are library services that might be helpful to them and their work. We have met with the Senior Citizens Advisory Board and also Arts Longmont. We'll be learning about library services to the Hispanic community at our next meeting. For 5 years, the Longmont Library has partnered with Boulder, Broomfield, Louisville, Lafayette, and Westminster libraries to share the cost of ebooks. Ebooks purchased by any of the library partners are available to all our residents. The resource sharing model has worked very well for us and all our community. The library is looking at a way to partner with these same libraries to purchase and maintain a new shared library catalog. The group that is forming is called the Flatirons Library Consortium. Longmont's current catalog software is from 2004. It's very dated and does not meet the community's needs. We are looking at a partnership that would purchase new software, reduce costs, and improve resource sharing. Our ASD robot is becoming a celebrity in the library and tech world. It is named Bibli. Bibli's first outing will be as a Longmont Library ambassador and ASD services cheerleader at Comic-Con in Denver later this month. Bibli will be tweeting and available for selfies at the event. After its debut in Denver, Bibli will be greeting the public at the library and assisting them in using our services. We'll continue our community partnerships and after-hour programs for families and children diagnosed with ASD. The Longmont Library staff will be on a national stage next April when we present a program on robots and library services at the Public Libraries Association's annual conference. The program is titled Social Robotics in the Library, How Social Robots Are Revolutionizing Therapy for Youth on the Autism Spectrum. The Aspen Institute has issued a report in October 2014 concerning the future of libraries.
and their importance in the communities. Some of its thinking will be considered when we develop the library's upcoming strategic plan. One of the things that the report stresses was the importance of decision makers and community leaders, such as yourselves, in recognizing and supporting library goals. You know, unlike our forefathers, we live in a world of information plenty. And access to digital networks and digital literacy skills are essential for full participation in modern society. As we become a gigabyte city, we remember that not all in our community have the means to participate fully. The library is the great equalizer that makes digital resources available to all, from high-speed internet through our public computers and Wi-Fi, to ebooks, streaming video, downloadable music, and digital magazines. And books on the shelf, too. We do it all towards building better citizens for today and tomorrow. In conclusion, I will leave you with these pictures of our outreach program. I have to say the book cycle is a magnet for kids, families, and adults. We are meeting families we know and some we don't know every time we go into the community. We have more requests for a visit this summer than we have staff to accommodate them. This time I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Does anybody have any questions?
Really, nobody has a comment about the chicken right in our book cycle? Well, that's Amy, one of our...
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Is Bibly the robot that works with the autistic kids as well? Or is that a different robot?
I think it's the same robot, right?
Is it the same robot? Okay. That is such a cool idea. And
the kids seem to be responding to it. I mean, it's really neat. Yeah.
That is really neat. I appreciate your presentation, and I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Councilmember Christensen.
I wanted to thank you too for getting using some innovative ways to get kids interested in books and everybody, and for continuing to innovate with that library. I especially like the little libraries. We have them around town in various other places, but I love the ones that you are putting out in public places, like special places like that.
Well, the credit really goes to Judith and her staff. They do a great job, and we're just here as mouthpieces to help you understand how good a job they're doing.
And it's especially helpful that you have an outreach effort for people who are underserved. And thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Oh, I guess Councilmember Levison started a question.
Thank you. Judith, could you please come to the podium for a minute? Since you're here, can you give us some details about the theme this year of the summer reading program, the kickoff date, and everything else associated with that, ages, etc.?
Sure. So the summer reading program is based on superheroes, which are, in case you've noticed, pretty hot this year. So it's everything from the little ones who are just, babies in arms. We've got a program for them up through high school. The kickoff for the program is actually it's the last day of school. It will be Thursday. I think it's the 21st, and it's the biggest block party, I think, around. So come by and see us. We'll just be out on the west patio, hoping that it doesn't rain. But we've got some amazing talent coming that evening, and right now his name is escaping me, but he was the winner of the American Ninja Warrior. He lives here in Longmont, and he will be there talking with the kids, and also available for selfies. So the summer program for adults is the Stay Curious program. It's called Do It Yourself. So we have a number of programs throughout the summer where you can learn how to do things. So grow a terrarium, or fix a clock, or practical things or fun things. It will end in August. We'll have a Fix It Yourself fair where we'll invite people to bring things that are broken, and we'll have people available who can help you fix them. Tinkermill is participating in that with us. We'll also have maybe 20 different tables where you can spend 10 minutes learning how to do something that you've always wanted to know, like how to understand a color wheel or something like that. So we're looking forward to a really great summer this summer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, technologically challenged and eyesight challenged. So my name is Kathy Fedler. I am Housing and Community Investment Manager for the city, and we're here tonight to talk about affordable housing, as you probably already know. Sorry about the timing and the length of the presentation, but I think it's really important to get grounded in all of the information so that we're starting from a similar place of understanding. And there's a lot of great information that's provided in the presentation. What we're going to ask for tonight is, and this is my high-tech presentation, we're going to look at the big picture. We're going to try and funnel down to about here tonight with goals, if possible. Hopefully we can get some goals set, talk about catch up and keep up goals or gaps where we want to go, and also the incentive versus mandate. Then in June, we're going to get down to about here by bringing back additional information. And then at that point, it's going to feed into the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan with some more specific directed policies, plans, procedures, et cetera, that we'll be checking back in as well. So I'm going to turn it over to our consultants to go through the presentation, and then we'll do questions and discussion, et cetera. So we got everything.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm Andrew Knudsen from West.
Why can't we just
I'm Andrew Knudsen, and with me is my colleague Matt Prosser, and we're with Economic and Planning Systems, and we are a land use economics consulting firm. Our client base is typically 50% public sector, 50% private sector, and ultimately all of our products are data-driven documents that inform policy. Whether we're working on the public or private side, usually it's the intersection between the two. And so we are always working with some combination of data and policy. We've specifically been working on housing issues for about 20 years, and we bring that knowledge to bear on these issues. We enjoy these issues. We enjoy kind of the more complex and passionate the topic. We are drawn to that. So we've appreciated the comments made earlier tonight, and we think that our data will help clarify some of the perceptions about the community. Most of it's in line with what the numbers show. More importantly, we are here to talk about the path forward. What does the path forward look like given the need in the community? And we're going to try to integrate 4 different areas: local data, economic and demographic data and trends, market data. What is the market telling us about the path forward? Industry standards for other peer communities, and community input. How do we take all of that and weigh it accordingly and figure out what makes sense to move forward? Kathy was very helpful. We're here. We're going to get to hear hopefully by the end of the evening, and we have additional opportunities later this summer to get specific. To the extent you have suggestions and recommendations, specific questions you want us to address, we will welcome that, and we'll follow that up in preparation for our next presentation. On this next slide, the good news is that our colleague takes about 2 minutes a slide. We have 2 hours worth of presentation. The good news is that Matt and I move a little faster. So we do have a lot of information. It'll probably be about 30 minutes, and we'll try to keep to that. So with that, that's okay. All right, so our scope in terms of what we're trying to do is also the nice thing about this housing analysis is that it's nested within the comprehensive plan. It provides a very unique and broader-based and comprehensive opportunity to work with all elements of the community. So all of this is happening within the comp plan work, and we will be talking about the previous efforts as part of the comp plan, the regional housing needs, needs within Longmont updated, and some case studies and recommended approaches.
So I'm going to walk you through basically the narrative of our findings. So we're going to run through a bunch of data, but basically the idea is to show you how we arrived at what we did. So I'm going to try to move quickly, but feel free to ask questions if you have them. So first, looking at existing conditions, this chart showing the growth in population in Boulder County and Longmont over the last 30 years. I mean, basically the story here is that Longmont is now capturing a greater share of Boulder County's growth. If we move to the next slide, as you can see, since 2000, from 2000 to 2014, Longmont grew by 18,500 residents and captured almost 50% of the population growth within Boulder County. Looking at households based off of that population growth, the city grew by almost 7,200 households, which was an average of 554 housing units per year. This is a slide looking at residential permit activity, showing that a large amount of the growth in the last 14 years occurred in the first few years of the 2000s, from 2000 to 2004, where there was a high growth period. And since then, and since the recession, housing production basically stopped in the city, especially in the years 2009 to 2011. A large portion of the units that do show up there were actually affordable units built by the different nonprofit groups within the community, and so the private market largely disappeared for that portion.
If I can interject, what you're seeing on that chart is the overhang of the boom years and then the absorption of that overhang during the bust years. Very important throughout all of our analysis is the balance between supply and demand. What's the demand like? What are demand projections like? And how do you fulfill those demand projections with the appropriate amount of supply?
Next is a look at employment levels.
Could you go back to that previous slide?
Sure.
One of the reasons that you see this particular development, I surmise, and if you will look at the residential housing, inclusionary zoning, exceptional benefit, some of the policies we had in place that were put in place about 2001, that's the reason our builders quit building. That's the reason you see that decline, in addition to the economy. But if you put an overlay of our regulations on this, you would see that it's partially our fault for that decline. And the reason that it's going up now is because we've started to address those things.
I believe that the inclusionary housing ordinance was enacted actually in the 1990s and actually was in place before the boom occurred as well. I think this is a common story for the majority of communities in Colorado that are similar to Longmont, that development did
It
stop.
was only inclusionary zoning for newly annexed property. It didn't become inclusionary zoning for the entire community until 2001.
Okay. I think it is important to notice or to recognize the fact that there are numerous theories on the Great Recession and the origin of that and the causes and the recovery. And there are many local factors as well as national and even international.
This is employment growth since 2005, just showing that employment has returned since before recession and actually has grown by 2,000 jobs in the last 2 years. So this kind of all collects into our first major finding, really. If you look at the rate of population and employment growth since 2005 and you compare that to the rate of housing unit production, there's a gap. So basically employment and housing has grown by 11%, employment and population has grown by 11%, whereas housing has only grown by 4%. So really the market hasn't caught up or captured the demand that's been generated both from employment and population growth, which translates to a lack of supply, or at least is one of the issues that we're facing. Looking forward, based on dollar projections for Boulder County and a continuous capture of growth in Longmont of of that Boulder County growth. We project that the city is going to grow to 116,000 residents by 2035. It's an increase of about 24,000 people. This increase will generate demand for about 9,300 households over the next 20 years. When looking at the breakout of housing units by structure within Longmont, as you can see that Longmont is less diverse compared to Boulder County and Colorado in terms of the housing stock that it has. Primarily, it's single-family households, either attached or detached, make up a large portion of the households. Looking at the population distribution, Longmont has a high percentage of residents that are between the age of 35 and 54, and also a high percent of residents are under 19. So really, I mean, Longmont is an attractive place for families, and this chart bears it. I mean, striking to us was the lack of younger residents between 20 and 34 is far below Boulder County and the state of Colorado's percentage. Looking at the senior population, which was noted a lot in the public comment, there's a forecasting growing demand, not growing, there's a growing population of seniors within the county. This shows the projected growth by the Boulder County Agency on Aging of residents above the age of 60, and it's pretty striking the amount of growth that's expected for the county. And lastly, this is looking at the development pipeline. Currently, the city of Longmont, the split between single-family households and multifamily households is about 60% single-family and about 40% multifamily. The development pipeline shows a shift in that. The pipeline now shows 60% multifamily and a 40% single-family split. So we're finding a shifting demand for the type of households that are within the city. So our major findings of that are forecast demand of 10,000 households over the next 20 years, which is approximately 500 units per year. So continued demand, and then the demand that's shifted from slightly more single-family to slightly more multifamily, at least in the near term. And lastly, we looked at employment within the city. The four major industries within Longmont are professional, scientific, and technical services, healthcare, and social assistance, educational services, and retail trade. Those four industries make up nearly half the employment within Longmont. And if you look at the growth of these industries over the last 9 years, these four industries were the major four growth industries. Professional, scientific, and technical services growing by the most amount, but also healthcare, education, and administrative support and waste management services. And this is interesting to note because the wage levels for these industries are pretty different. So you can see professional services, the average wage for that industry is $107,000 annually, whereas the average for healthcare and for educational services and administrative waste services are under the citywide average of $51,000 and in the range of $20,000 to $40,000. And so what we're seeing is growth in the economy at two different income levels. This slide shows what the change of wages has been if you adjust for inflation. Basically, it shows that wages have really only increased by 0.5% citywide. And certain industries have grown more than others. So ultimately, the last finding is employment growth has been at the high and low wage levels. So we have bifurcated demand, which has large impacts on the type of housing within Longmont. Next, we got into a regional housing comparison to see how Longmont stacks up to its neighboring communities. This slide shows the change in households for, I think, 9 different communities along the northern Front Range. Longmont grew by almost 72,000 households, as I mentioned, 7,200 households since 2000, as I mentioned previously. This is the third most of the communities that we surveyed. Only Fort Collins and Loveland grew by more in that time period. So strong regional capture has been occurring. Next, looking at the median household income. Longmont's median household income was $58,000 in 2013. Since 2000, this median household income has gone up 15%. That is the lowest percent of the communities we analyzed. Loveland being the next lowest at 17%. Compared to the state's median household income grew by 24%. When we adjust that for CPI, it shows that Longmont's income has actually decreased when adjusted for inflation since 2000 by negative 1.1%.
You know, this slide right here is worth focusing on just for a few more minutes. It's something that should keep us all awake at night. And this is a national trend, contracting household income relative to real growth. Collectively as a nation, we're not keeping pace. And locally, the question is, well, what can we do about it? And it's a tough, we're here to help sift through the answers about what to do about it. But it is worth underscoring, and then Longmont's position within the region in terms of its household growth.
So the finding, Longmont's medium household is one of the lowest, has grown at the slowest rate as one of the the lowest rate of its surrounding communities. And the city collectively has a slowly growing and decreased buying power. Next, we looked at commuting patterns to try to get a gauge of where Longmont residents work and where also people that are working Longmont live. First, really, is important to show the major out-commuting out of Longmont of residents to both Boulder County and the Denver metro area. It's about even. It's about 10,700 people commute to Boulder County for work, whereas about 9,300 commute to Denver. There's significant inflow from these communities, but it's not nearly the level of outflow. If you look at the other direction, the Northern Front Range has a major inflow of workers into the Longmont, 4,100 workers, as well as southwestern Weld County. And it's interesting to note that there's a high concentration of people that commute to both Boulder and Denver for work. But when you look at in-commuting, there isn't one community that sticks out there. It's a collective pie from all over the Northern Front Range area. And one thing we've noticed that over the last, 10, 15 years that we looked at data, that the number of residents that live in Longmont and also work in Longmont has increased slightly, or actually has stayed the same, and therefore the percent of residents that actually live and work in the community has decreased significantly. And so the new residents are working more often than not outside of the city. Also, another recent trend was the majority of in-commuters recently seem to be locating in communities on the edge of Longmont, i.e. Boulder County, Broomfield, Erie, and the Tri-Cities. And so there's increasing trend of people that work in Longmont and living just on the edges of the city. So next we address the regional affordability of all these communities to see where Longmont stacks up. This chart shows average home price for all of these communities. There's an error, unfortunately, on this slide for the source. The source should be the multiple listing service as well as economic planning systems, not DOLA. I apologize for that mistake. The average home price for Longmont is $314,000, which is among its peers, except for Boulder, which has a much higher average home price. These prices have all changed significantly since 2000. The price in Longmont has changed nearly 40% since 2000. That's actually the second lowest of all these communities. Striking is the growth in the Tri-Cities area, specifically Dacono. The average price in Dacono has increased 104% since 2000. But collectively, the three cities of Frederick, Firestone, and Dacono have increased 57%. Comparing this to inflation, the average home price or home sale price in Longmont has actually decreased slightly since 2000, where other communities has increased above inflation, and some have decreased more than Longmont has. So what we did is we did a comparison of what the affordable price for a median household income is, and compare that to the median sales price, which in each of these communities. And so on this chart, where you see reds, that means there's a gap. That means that the median household income does not afford the median sales price in these communities. And the gap for Longmont is about $37,000. As you can see, Boulder has a very large gap. And some communities do not, Erie, Firestone, and Frederick. We next compared what the average the median household income of a Longmont resident would buy in these communities and where the gaps would occur. And the median household income in Longmont would face affordability gaps in pretty much every community except Dacono, or Greeley. So our major findings here: the average home price in 314 is higher than all but 3 of the surrounding communities. So we have higher than average pricers. The average home price in Longmont has increased by 39%, as I said. So there's slower growth within Longmont than its peers. The affordability gap in Longmont is higher than all but 2 communities, Boulder and Fort Collins. And then also, once adjusting for CPI, the average home price has actually decreased. So lastly, looking at Longmont specific affordability, this shows the for sale housing market since 2000 in Longmont. As you can see, the number of sales decreased significantly during the recession, but has rebounded since then. And actually, the average home price has now reached the near to reach the peak that was in 2005. So the average home price, as I mentioned, was $314,000 in 2014. So prices are rising and rising quickly the past 2 or 3 years. This shows from the census the value of owner-occupied housing units, and really striking is how concentrated the number of units is right around the $200,000 to $300,000 dollar range. And so much of the housing stock in Longmont is priced at a similar price point.
It's interesting, this diagram on the chart on the screen right here looks about as close to a bell curve as anything we've ever seen. We're used to seeing longer tails on both ends, but especially on the upper end in various other communities. So this just speaks to a tight clustering around a core.
Next is showing the sales prices by these price ranges, or sales by price range in 2013 and 2014. And as you can see, the majority of the sales are clustered between $150,000 and $400,000. And actually, the prices or the number of sales in the price ranges have shifted, even in the last year, pretty significantly.
It's important to note just the difference between the gray and the blue bars. The local market is changing, and it's changing quickly. And we'll have some other data.
Is this in our packet?
It's in the new.
We've added a few slides. But we've got some other slides, too, that highlight the change in time. And the pressure on the market, both in the ownership and the rental, is significant. And things are moving.
So here's this slide shows that the average price in 2013 was $293,000, and it's jumped to $314,000 in 1 year. So a pretty significant jump. So the takeaway, I mean, from our opinion, the for sale housing market is fairly homogeneous. It's pretty clustered in a relatively 1 or 2 different price range, but that doesn't seem to match Longmont's makeup when it comes to income. And seemingly, there's an ample supply of homes on both sides of the median home price. There's a fair amount of sales under $250,000. So right now, we find that there's adequate supply at above 80% of AMI. This shows the affordability gap by AMI level for Longmont. And so, as you can see, there's a large gap for 0 to 30%, 31 to 50%, as well as 51 to 60% of AMI level. We're finding that now, at 80% of AMI, there is now a slight gap in terms of what the affordable price is and what the median sales price is. So we're reaching the level where we're getting into target home buyers, which are typically around the 80% AMI level and higher, and we're starting to see some affordability gaps at this AMI level. And so I think I just iterated that. So next, we overlaid what the average wage for different types of professions would mean in terms of affordability. So this is one wage for one person compared to sales prices. So, you know, households often have more than one person and sometimes have more than one income, so it's not necessarily a true depiction, but it gives you a good sense of what's affordable to different occupations. So a healthcare worker, the average annual wage for somebody in the industry in Longmont is $44,000, and at that wage, there's almost a $100,000 gap between what they earn and what the median sales price is. But you can also see that professional services earns $107,000, and their affordable price is well over $400,000. So there are industries that don't have issues with affordable housing, but there are that are growing quickly, such as retail, healthcare, and education that do have an issue. So one of our real striking findings is that, there's a lot of growth at both ends of the spectrum in employment, high and low wage earners, and this has a major impact on households. And economic diversity in general has a large impact on affordability, and ensuring that you have a balanced workforce at all wage levels has a major impact on providing affordable housing. Next, we're going to move into some market-specific data. So first, looking at next, we're looking at for rent. So the average apartment rent rate in Longmont has grown from $827 in 2006 to $1,169 in 2014. And actually, over the last 2 years, there's been a $200 per month increase in average apartment rent rates, which is about a 20% increase. This slide shows shows housing vacancy rates for Longmont. As you can see, the vacancy rate for Longmont has been at or under 5% since 2010. And this is a pretty alarming slide here. The equilibrium for apartment markets is about 5%. This indicates that there's been demand for apartments since 2005, and yet the vacancy rates continue to decrease. This slide shows the renter households by month grossly rent. So similar to the for sale market, there's a large clustering of residents that pay about the same amount in rent. So either between $750 and $1,000 per month, or $1,000 and $1,500.
This is for the entire city in terms of what renter households are paying for their housing. The challenge that we have on this project is to peel back the layers and understand what's going on with the older housing stock and what's going on with the new housing stock, and try to get a sense for the trends. And we will get into that a little bit more in the next couple slides. But this shows the entire community.
So this slide is summarizing basically rental rates are at record highs. This is a regional thing also, not just Longmont. I mean, throughout the Denver metro area and the Northern Front Range, there have been rapidly rising rental rates and very low vacancy rates. There's a large lack of supply for rental units in Longmont, but also within the region. And like the for sale product, there's a lack of diversity in options, at least currently. There's just pretty much consistent rental rates for most of the housing stock. But in a few slides, we'll look at what the difference is between the average rental rates are and the new rental rates, and you'll show there's a large difference. So this slide shows our for rent housing gaps. The city commissioned a study in 2012 by CSI, Community Strategies Institute, to look at affordable housing gaps. They updated their rental gap analysis in November 2013, right after the flood. And their findings were basically that the city had a deficit of nearly 2,500 units at the 0 to 30% AMI level, as well as a deficit of units, about 1,600 units at the above 80% AMI. We updated these numbers for 2015 and found a very similar story. There's about 2,500 unit gap at the 0 to 30% AMI level, as well as 2,500 at the plus 80% AMI level.
So the data that we're seeing in this table, as exciting as it is, reflects what we heard earlier this evening. A lot of comments at the podium looking for 0 to 30% rental opportunities.
And it's our impression that there's pressure on the 30 to 50% AMI levels that's not showing up in this slide. We feel there's a fair amount of renter households that actually earn, above 60% of AMI, but rent at levels that are affordable for that group, and so it might be masking issues at that AMI level. So we did the same comparison, looking at different wages for different industries and comparing that to the affordable rents, and we found that for retail workers and for education workers, so a teacher, there are still affordability gaps based on what's affordable to them based on their wage and what the average rental rate is for the city. So to summarize, there's a lack of supply of affordable but also market rate rentals. Specifically, there's a gap at the 0 to 30% AMI level. rapidly raising rents, rental pressure, and the lack of diversity is putting pressure, in our opinion, on also the 30 to 80% AMI levels, which is hidden in the numbers. And really, the lack of supply is hurting the lower incomes the most. And affordable rent is not attainable for some occupations, as we illustrated in the previous slide. So that was a lot of data we just threw at you. So our goal over the next few slides and really the rest of our meeting tonight is to try to make sense of it all. And so how can we bring all this data we just collected and come up with kind of a common understanding of what the issues are and how we move forward. And so these are major affordability findings, if you will. So for for-sale housing, the market has recently surpassed the overhang of development in the early 2000s and the impact of recession. And so we've passed that issue, and we are now seeing production finally increasing and prices reaching pre-recession levels. And we're finding that affordability for AMI levels at 60 to 8% is becoming an issue. For the rental market, generally it's constrained. It's largely constrained. The rental market has been at near zero vacancy rates for nearly 5 years. I've never seen that. I don't know if Andrew has ever seen that. And the average rent rate has increased dramatically over the last 2 years. And I mean, really, there's a lack of rental housing in the city, but in terms of affordability, it's less than 50% of the AMI. There's a large lack of units.
So the challenge now is to try to understand, accounting for all of these trends, what does make sense. And we work with a variety of communities throughout the western U.S., large, small, range of backgrounds. We don't necessarily have any predefined ideas for what makes sense. What we try to do, and it's true with every client, is to ultimately integrate and be data-driven, and from that, distill options that are viable. Next slide is one that's particularly interesting because it shows how it's a very simple snapshot of what we see going on with rental conditions and ownership conditions. Rental, it's important to emphasize what's going on with the older stock and the new stock. And the new stock is significantly more expensive than the older stock, but it's smaller. There's a fairly large repository of affordable housing in Longmont that's dated. And that is what shows up in the data that masks that need level at the 30 to 50% AMI level, for example. So that's how the chart manifests itself graphically. Similarly, in for-sale conditions, we do the data. We talked about this earlier in terms of that bell curve image, and that's what we've tried to replicate here. And not surprisingly, we've got the older homes on the lower end of the spectrum. And it's rare, actually, that we find a community where you do have affordable ownership opportunities at 80% and less provided in the existing community. That's a sign of affordability. And so we do have. It's tough because prices are moving. They're moving very quickly. It's becoming a very constrained community in terms of opportunity. And yet we do have a reservoir, if you will, of moderately priced housing that's even affordable at 80%. There's two kinds of communities if you want to be very simplistic about housing. Those that warrant mandates and those that warrant incentive programs. Mandates are requirements. Incentives are incentives. So we have tried to describe which communities, which types of programs lend themselves to different kinds of communities. And the qualities of a mandate community are, on the next slide, the strong market pressure on housing, a significant gap between the market rate price for housing and what is available at the affordable rate. There has to be a strong economic base and strong growth to that base. Oftentimes there's a jobs housing imbalance with significant impacts on commuting. Often there's a geographic layout, whether it's an ocean, a bay, a peninsula, a mountain valley, what have you, that makes commuting that much more challenging. And there's a lack of regional options. These types of communities, San Francisco is the obvious one on the large scale. Aspen is the obvious one on the small scale. These types of communities are where mandates make sense. And we have tried to take these criteria and list them. As if it weren't late enough in the evening, we have this extremely dense slide. But we have tried to list Longmont relative to other communities, and it's qualitative. We can debate, whether on a scale of 1 to 10, how these different communities rank. But generally, the higher the score, the greater the constraint. So you have San Francisco at the bottom of the slide, Longmont at the top, and generally Longmont has fewer constraints in its market as opposed to a community like San Francisco. And we can talk through that if you're interested, but we just think that it's helpful to understand what the characteristics of the community and that community's market is like that would support mandates. Some case studies, successful programs, Arlington County, Virginia, why it works, very strong pressure on the housing market there and a lack of regional options. Denver is an extremely interesting case study. Denver is one of the biggest cities nationally to move into affordable housing that has the least amount of market pressure. And Denver recently revamped its inclusionary housing ordinance. Basically, and this is an oversimplification, but they were finding that the developers that were mandated to produce housing were building them all in Green Valley Ranch. Green Valley Ranch is over near DIA, and it is by far the least constrained part of the Denver market. And they were basically building them on par with market rate housing. When the recession hit, tremendous amount of foreclosure activity everywhere. The community lost the restrictions on those houses, and all of the effort that went into the IHO just went down the drain. And so how does a city like Denver, that is experiencing very hot pockets and strong market pressure in certain areas, actually make an IHO work, given the fact that the whole community, you drive 10 minutes further and you're in Aurora and you have some, or anywhere, Lakewood, what have you, with some very modest opportunities. So basically we helped Denver revamp it into 3 tiers so that depending on where you're building, you either have mandates or you don't. So obviously downtown is one of those communities, one of those sub-areas that has mandates. So it wasn't working. We think the new plan does work, but it's a particularly good case study to understand when mandates work and when they don't.
Councilmember Holden?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just to be absolutely clear, right, define mandates.
Thank you. Great question. I appreciate it. Mandates would be either commercial linkage or residential linkage, where a developer proposes 300 units of residential, and 10% would be the mandated set-aside that has to be produced as affordable housing. Or commercial linkage, certain square footage of affordable housing for every square foot of commercial development constructed. Those are 2 examples of mandates.
Now, so basically that would be an example of the inclusionary zoning that we had before.
Yes, exactly. That was a mandate where developers have to provide the housing if they build the market rate product.
Thank you.
Certainly. That's a good question, and
it was a phenomenal question.
That's the trick, too. In all of this housing world, the jargon gets thick, right? So help us clear through that. So incentives. Incentives are programs where the actual activity and production can look similar to a mandate program, but there's options, and developers can choose to pursue them or not. Incentives might appear initially to be somewhat easier. To get them right, they're not. They take equally strong political will to actually make them work effectively. Right now we're working in the city of Portland on their downtown area. They have 25 different incentives. They're having very poor track record in terms of getting the results they want through their incentive program. And the reason is because they're economically meaningless. You can't monetize an incentive in that community in a way that makes a difference to the pro forma. To get incentives right, there has to be an ability to monetize them in a way that's significant on the bottom line. That's tricky to do. But when the communities can do it, they have a very effective incentive program. And that obviously is the challenge. There are a variety of examples right here. Longmont has some of these on the books. Some of them are actually very good. Expedited development review, I think every community has that, and it's got limited value. We actually tried to show the relative value, and we thought that's premature because if we can actually calibrate them, and I think that's the charge, is to calibrate them in a way that we can actually define their monetary value. But right now, premature, but here's a list of what Longmont has. Other potential options, and there's a much broader list here than just what's shown. At the end of the day, are they working? How do you get your floors and ceilings right? What's the minimum floor and ceiling for by right development? What is the threshold at which developers are going to be motivated to pursue that ceiling and move into the incentive territory? That's the question. We have about 8 more slides.
I have just a quick.
Oh, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Have you asked any of our local developers those questions that you just asked?
We had roundtables at the beginning of the comp plan process where we had a lot of interaction with developers and the Board of Realtors.
In the city. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I would also note that as we move into identifying options for the community, that we'd like to go back out to the development community and vet those with them, because they're a key part to it. I mean, really, to make an incentive program work, you need the development community to be a willing and able participant.
At the end of the day, communities adopt policies as part of their comp plan and land use regulations. It's the development community that takes them vertical. So they are the partner that is imperative to have on board. So a useful framework in terms of how you think about housing policy. Catch up, keep up, broken down by tenure. Catch up is the hole we're digging ourselves out of, if you will. Keep up is the pace that we have to operate to keep from getting further behind. And we have targets that are preliminary, but we will fill those in. At the end of the day, Longmont's goal has to account for market context, industry standards, and the magnitude of the need. In terms of regional targets and industry standards, here are examples from around Colorado. Denver and Boulder are at 10%. San Miguel County, which is where Telluride is located, 25%. Telluride itself is a municipality, 40. Aspen, 60 to 70, depending on their land use regulation process.
What does that mean?
These are the targets for the percentage of housing within any given development that has to be set aside for affordable households. So, and in Aspen, that's their mandate, right? It's 60 or 70. And so that's the continuum that we're working within in Colorado. No one's less than 10, and no one's higher than 60 to 70 in Aspen. What is Longmont's goal? What's reasonable? So a for sale gap analysis based on new product, and this is just looking at new product alone. We looked at homes built from 2000 to 04, 05 to 09, and 10 to 15. There's 3 columns there, moving very quickly. The gaps are more pronounced, and we'll just look at the far right column right now. I realize it's a dense table, but we see negative 12%. In other words, the cohort of population compared to the segment in the market is underrepresented at the 61 to 80% level of AMI. We have not included lower levels in this ownership gap analysis because, and just in terms of selling homes, the only people that can sell homes to less than 60% of AMI is Habitat. And so there are, in the data, there are some individuals at low incomes that are owners, but oftentimes those have been individuals that have lived in that home for a very long period of time, and the mortgage is paid off. Rental. So we're going to move out of ownership into rental. This is interesting. These data points are current as of these projects. These 4 projects are new. They were built, some very recently, 2014, 2013, and then a couple that are 15 years old. These rents are strong, and this is what we were hearing earlier tonight. The range, we included the range at each of these projects, and these are what's listed on each of these individual websites. But you can see Roosevelt Park upwards of $2,000 a month in terms of rent, and others very close by. 1995, 18, 17, these are strong monthly payments. Now, those happen to be at the high end of each of these complexes. On average, we're seeing rents around $1,500, $1,300 per month. Rent per square foot, $1.50 up to $1.80. What's interesting is that we're actually doing a very detailed analysis in North Glen. We're doing a lot of different studies in North Glen. North Glen has crazy rents. And you wouldn't necessarily expect the North I-25 corridor in the suburban setting to be as strong as they are. Certainly Lodo, we really know the Lodo, Rhino, whatever story, and those are high, and you can expect them to be high. North I-25, extremely high. High 180s, low 210. So while things are painful and rents are growing and growing quickly in Longmont, it's you collectively, you're among peers throughout the Front Range that are seeing similar types of trends. And so in terms of, this is a gap based on new rental product, and we're seeing generally the data shows us that there's a gap at the 30 to 50% level, negative 19%, and also a gap at the lowest level, 0 to 30%. 0 to 30 is a particularly challenging segment to address. Many times there's social wraparound services that need to be provided at the same time, and oftentimes there's partnerships, whether it's Division of Housing, CHAFA, you name it, Mercy, some nonprofits that work nationally. In terms of working with the developer community and a policy for land use regulations, it's the 30 to 50. That's even a stretch, but that's something that would work within the realm of land use regulations. So that's what we've focused on, and on the next slide we've populated this rubric, if you will, for how to think about housing and how to think about a housing strategy. So under catch up and keep up, for sale, there are gaps at less than 50% of AMI, but those are really outside the bounds of market solutions and represent a small percentage of the community.
And I would say that it's really great that there are a lot of homeowners that are under 50% of AMI, and really programs like home rehabilitation, energy efficiency improvements, things like that are very important in keeping this group as homeowners and maintaining their homeowner ability and keeping them out of foreclosure or forcing them to sell. And so a lot of your community development block grant funds go to programs like that, and they're very important for kind of maintaining this population in this type of household.
Maintaining the population and maintaining the supply, too, for future generations. For rent, we're seeing gaps around 2,500 for units under 30%, and also similar number for 2,500 units above 80%. Now, above 80, that's something that the market, there's plenty of net operating income to get a pro forma to pencil at 80% and above. But the 30% and less than 30 is critical in terms of a need for the community. In terms of keep up, our data show a gap of 12%. We want to recognize that a regional industry standard is 10. In our world, this is right on the money. Right on the money. In terms of rental, we identified a gap of 19. Again, regional standards at around 10. This is, in the overall scheme of gap analyses that have a lot of moving pieces, this is actually pretty close.
And I would note, we didn't put this on the slide, but I mean, there are targeted ranges for the keep-up that we think need to be addressed. For sale, it's really that 60 to 80% of AMI level is really the target of this gap of 12%. And then for the rental, it's really under the 50% AMI level that is where the gap is and where the focus of any keep-up strategy should be.
Without getting ahead of ourselves, what the city does with units in this inventory and how they direct them to the different tenure or income levels, you have a lot of flexibility. How do you want to use those resources? But for now, we're basically done with our analysis. We've tried to be very comprehensive in terms of all of the different data sources. We've tried to understand what's going on in Longmont in terms of its market conditions and give you background in terms of options. At the end of the day, again, we strive to help local government develop good, grounded policy. And so we are done with our presentation and happy to help facilitate that conversation. Matt?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to any questions you may have, I think the two things we really want to focus are really your thoughts on the idea of a mandate program versus incentive program and how that fits within Longmont. And then secondly, going back to this slide at the bottom, it has responsibilities. As we think about this catch-up and keep-up framework, let's talk about whose responsibility or what groups, different private, public, nonprofit, who falls into each category, and where do we think we need to direct the responsibilities for each of these groupings.
And if I can build on that, I'm glad you brought that up, and then we're
Okay.
Is that generally catch-up should be correlated with a community-wide effort. It's a community-wide whole. It should be a community-wide resource that is generated to address it. Assuming that the development community can address both catch-up and keep-up is an overreach. Keep-up, on the other hand, is something that happens as additional product goes vertical. And that's something that does work well, whether you choose incentives or mandates, a standard to apply at time of development.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Can you go back 2 slides?
That one?
One more. All right, go forward one. Okay. So explain when you say, and this is going to tie in with what you just said, what we're going to be talking about. When you say that there's a gap of 12%, okay. So what I'm understanding is that you said that's 60 to 80% of AMI. So that gap means, okay, so the question becomes, what are we going to do to fill that gap? And you're saying that there are several options, nonprofits, private, and public, right? And then for rent, what I'm seeing there is you're saying that there is a need for 30% below AMI has a gap of 2,500 units, and then at 80% and above, so the 30 to 80% are taken care of right now? Right. Okay, so we need, basically what you're saying is nicer high-end, or not nicer high-end, but nicer high-end, and then also more affordable units on the lower end.
Right.
Right? And then the gap of 19% basically saying, we need basically 19%, and a 19% increase in our supply, but focusing on those 2 particular areas.
Right. One thing I would add is that different tools for different problems.
Right.
The 30% below requires every collective effort of every agency, state, local, you name it. 80% above requires clarity to the development community about what they can expect to increase the supply.
Okay. Thank you.
So
I just wanted to make sure we were understanding exactly what it said. So thank you.
So one problem is easy to solve and the other is very difficult.
Yes.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I appreciate your work on this, and I'm so glad that you actually talked to some folks who actually develop houses here. So many times you just work with the numbers and you don't really know what's going on, so I appreciate that. I was explaining affordable housing the other day to some friends of mine who really didn't understand it, and because they don't, it's complicated, 60% AMI, all that stuff. They didn't want to hear that. They wanted to hear what it was. And I said, well, it really boils down to 3 things. One, people who make a living wage can't afford to rent property here because the rent is so high. So that's one of our problems. The rents are too high. The reason the rents are too high is because we don't have enough rental property. The second part is we don't have enough houses to buy. If you talk to any of the realtors in town, they have people who want to buy homes. They simply can't find them because the inventory is so small, and once a house goes on the market, it's gone. I mean, if you don't, and it sells for more than it's listed for because the inventory is so low. So that's a problem. The third problem is our safety net is overflowing. We have all these people who are never going to buy or rent on their own. They don't have the resources. So we have to, for those folks, not only find something for them or some place for them, some safety net, we have to supply that for them because they're not ever going to fit in the other 2 categories. So it really takes a multifaceted approach.
to solve this problem. And I've talked to a lot of the people that are in the audience. I talked to them about this because it's an incredible problem in our community right now. A couple of the things that address some of these things I've thought about, and I hope we can all discuss it. I won't make any motions tonight, but there's a couple things that we can do right away that don't cost us any money. The first one is, you said in your report here that one of our problems is the lack of diversity in housing. Part of that has been caused by our construction defects law in Colorado, which the legislature failed to address this last session for a variety of reasons. So what Lakewood did was they proposed ordinances that addressed that construction defects law. It gives the developers the right to repair defects before litigation, and it would require condo association boards to get consent from a majority of the homeowners rather than just the majority of the board before filing a lawsuit. I would like us to have staff bring back those ordinances that would fit into our situation. This would help us with that lack of diverse types of housing. I know another problem, I remember when I grew up here, so when I was a kid, and I remember when my older sister got married, the first house that she and her husband bought was not a house, it was a mobile home. We have not had any mobile home developments in Longmont since when, Kathy, 1970 something? Yeah. And I think some of that is due to some of our regulations. I think we should look at that, look at what we can do. Another problem, look at our zoning requirements, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I also serve on the National League of Cities, Community, and Economic Development Steering Committee, and one of the members there, I believe it's from La Brea, California, and they do the density bonus there and have done it quite successfully. They tell a developer you can build 10% more, but that 10% or 10% of the entire development has to be affordable, and then they set that, whatever that is. I think we should look into that as well. It's worked very well for them, according to him. So if we put a 10% increase in density that is used for affordable housing, once again, that doesn't cost us anything, but it'll get us some of that supply that we're missing. I also think we need to look at the work that our Workforce Housing Task Force did. That task force worked long and hard, and they provided us with a good product, and we've ignored it, basically. I don't think we can afford to do that anymore, and I really think we need to put on the ballot the sales tax for affordable housing that is mentioned in that work. And if our voters don't vote for it, then we know that that's not a priority for them. But I think they will. I think they'll vote for that. And we need that money to not only catch up, but to catch some of those poor people who are falling through our net. And so, as you can tell, I've given this a little thought. And those are the things that I would like us to look at and discuss.
I guess I'll weigh in a little bit on the sales tax. I mean, everybody says it's regressive, and it is. But, you know, in one of the polls we said, comparing sales tax to property tax, it looks like sales tax would probably pass and property tax probably won't pass a vote. And, you know, 0.0677, that's like 100, say someone's makes $30,000 and is going to spend $10,000 on his housing, and $20,000 he's just going to spend, and that's going to get taxed. Well, the sales tax on that $20,000 is $152. You know, that's a lot of money still, but is it better to provide that person with stable housing and still tax them $152 than to not provide him stable housing and not tax them at all? I mean, it's like it's not the ideal solution, but it's better than no solution, because I think the property tax, according to the polling, probably won't pass.
So, Mayor and Council,
yeah,
we're here.
You're right.
Trying to get here. Y'all are going here.
Okay.
So if we could just stay
okay.
this little bit narrower and talk a little bit about do we want to do catch up? Do we want to do keep up? Is there a goal that we're comfortable with at all, a numerical goal or a percentage goal, and incentives versus mandates for further look? Then we'll be bringing back, so then how do we reach that goal? And that will include the programs that you had talked about, Bonnie, and the sales tax and other funding mechanisms, et cetera. But until we know what we're trying to get to, it's hard to put those numbers together. And that does go back to the Workforce Housing Task Force, which did take a stab at a number. It didn't have, it was kind of a, if we did 50 units, here's what it would be, not necessarily that's the best thing to have, or where we need to go. So if we could get some direction on, yeah, we feel comfortable doing 100 units a year for the next 10 years to try and catch up and keep up, or whatever you want to do, then we can start putting programs and numbers and bring that back.
Okay. Councilman Wilson.
So I'll say it another time. Sales tax is the worst way to solve this problem. We know how volatile sales tax is, and it is regressive, and it actually has no nexus with the issue whatsoever. It has nothing to, a sales tax that somebody buys a pack of gum has nothing at all to do with housing. And I think that part of the reason why the inclusionary zoning mandate was removed is there was an unfairness issue. That only new development above a certain number of units was going to be looked at for this. And so, you know, later on, I mean, I have some suggestions too. However, there's a couple of pieces that I don't know if you were missing. We have a number of housing developments that have an affordability time period that's very quickly running out. And I don't know if that information was included in what happens in the next 5 years as far as catch-up versus keep-up. Like, for example, when Stonehenge goes on the free market again. And when does that happen, Kathy? Do you remember?
Stonehenge is on a year-to-year, I think, an annual kind of renewal. So they could, I believe, leave at any point in time. So we do have information on when units are likely to go out of service, rental units. And I can't remember if I provided that or not. It's about 200 in the next 5 years that could go out of service.
So that's digging us. The hole just got deeper.
We did not look at that data, but are happy
I'd like
to
you guys to look at that data, because that's something that if we're already at gaps under 30% and under, I mean, that's more of a 50% and under AMI. If you guys didn't have those numbers, your analysis is totally off.
Well, it's magnified.
It's magnified. Well, and you don't know what the condition of those properties is anyway. I also want to note that some of the properties that you pulled up, the new versus the old, one of the rental projects has just been acquired by a new owner who intends to do significant upgrades. And so that might even pop the rents higher. So I don't know whether or not you've been reading the local news on real estate transactions. But
we do read the local paper. Sorry, we do try to stay in tune, and we have been tracking articles in the paper. We weren't aware of that, and I think it sounds like it may actually get worse then.
Yeah, it might get worse. So I think
Well,
that
that's
we
also-
know the really, really worst. Don't be afraid to tell us the worst news.
I think that's really striking, because I know there's 15-year-old communities that are achieving really high rents already, and there's still a margin for a developer to reinvest. It's pretty striking. Yeah.
And I guess the one piece of information we really don't have regionally is the phenomenon that is really a national phenomenon that, you know, the big cities are growing leaps and bounds with income, and the the suburbs, especially first-ring suburbs, are becoming poorer and poorer and poorer. And I think that, are we suffering that phenomenon here?
Absolutely, and we try to get into that data set in a fairly detailed way and look at household income contraction adjusted for CPI or inflation, so we have real dollars, and it is not a pretty picture. I mean, that's the thing that should keep us all up at night, I think. That's
I have bags under my eyes. I have been up. I guess I would really like some fine-tuning on the analysis on mandates versus incentives, and what really is effective. And I'm real surprised that you called out Arlington, because Montgomery County, Maryland is supposed to be one of the most excellent, fair counties in the country, in that suburban D.C. where you have everything from, Silver Spring, right, Maryland, and those Tony suburbs to, other areas of Montgomery County that have, the 50% and 30% AMI housing stock. So I'm curious, why didn't you look at Montgomery County?
We have information on that. We have researched it. We could easily have switched those names. They're very similar in how well they've been received and how well they do at producing units.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the one other thing I'd like to see whether or not there's some analysis maybe for our local economic council to survey primary employers to find out if they find some wage inflation happening, because people are having to expend resources in transportation costs to maybe some of these other, from commuting from some of the other communities. And my last point is that Longmont may have some building of multifamily units, but I have been talking to Firestone trustees, and they are desperate for multifamily housing, and the only thing they're getting is single-family home development. They're getting nothing that would accommodate seniors. And so I think that the lack of diversity is just simply the building community. The market is not responding what the true need is, and people are just snapping up whatever is available because of desperation. So I kind of like to see if we could do some kind of analysis and, to incent people to build what makes sense. You can't incent somebody if they don't want to build it. You could offer the land for free. You can offer no taxes, for years, but that would not, if they don't want to build that product, if your local builders are not ever going to build that product, you don't have anybody with that skill set, then you're never going to get it. You'll build something, okay.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So let's get one thing a little bit on the record, is that when the inclusionary zoning ordinance was repealed, it was, yes, burdensome to some developers, but also burdensome to those that were in the program itself. We had residents that would come to, a couple of residents that came to city council and asked, my situation's changed and I can't get out of this. The deed restrictions are too much. I talked to staff and a former member of staff in the audience, unwilling to even try to amend the inclusionary zoning to, put it in hiatus while development, whether multifamily or single family, was stagnant here in Longmont. I think Councilmember Finley had it right. That gap of time when nothing was being built, yes, the economy was terrible, but we had folks that were coming and saying, I'll build, but why would I build an affordable home where the market rate is just about the same price? And I talk to the residents, people about this all the time. Why would I, if I was a buyer, why would I go into a deed-restricted home, affordable home, when I could buy at the same time a market rate? If the inclusionary zoning ordinance we had was so great, why didn't it work? I keep hearing it was great. I haven't heard a whole lot of how great it was. Now, the flood of 2013 did not help. in a great deal of areas. Mobile home parks, again, Councilmember Finley. I would, as I mentioned back then, I'd like to see some sort of blend of whether it's mandated with or incentives. I like to see what Denver's plan is. You guys mentioned it. It's a 3-tier plan. What does that actually look like? You know, unfortunately, we're not Denver and, you know, have the type of density of Denver. But I'd like to see what that looks like. What was also missing in the data was Copper Mill. That's coming online. You know, where it was mentioned that some things may be rolling off, some things are coming online. Village Place. Hi, Michael. How are you? You know, there are projects in the pipeline that have been, whether financial or what have you, that are due to come online within the next, I would say, 5 to 10 years. How are those going to affect the data? The potential expansion at the suites, where's that? In some of the data, what I found was looking at the Tri-Cities. They're in Weld County. Berthoud, was it Larimer County, if I'm not mistaken correctly? Fort Collins, Larimer County. What are the property taxes for each of those communities? And I say it, and I've said it at this dais, and I've said it with the county commissioners. Boulder County's expensive dirt. You move a little bit to the east, you can buy a $350,000 home and have a huge home. But of course, you might be living next to something that chugs all night, and as far as a well or what have you. Longmont in Boulder County is a very desirable place to live. And trying to accommodate everyone here is a challenge. And what I've also said is it's not only Longmont's problem, it's a county problem, which I asked the county, when are they going to take the lead? You know, or I guess we're going to have to do it, but you know, if we're going to build 50 a year, I'd like to know what Lafayette and Louisville are doing. From what I understand, they're doing zilch. Why is it always Longmont? You know, and I get it that, you know, you belong in Longmont, and I do believe in that for everybody in this community, whether you're rich or poor or what other ethnic group you are, sexual orientation, what have you. You do belong in Longmont. But it comes to be a point where we haven't had a whole lot of people coming into the city saying, hey, I'd like to build apartments at 30% AMI. I mean, this council at one time didn't approve Copper Mill on a 5-2 vote because we had residents saying, we don't want Section 8 in our neighborhood. We're looking at our property values. We also got to take that into consideration, not only the greater good of the community, but some people will take political hits for that. I mean, the only people that voted for Copper Mill were the mayor and myself. Luckily, they came back and are building Copper Peak, which I can't remember what the percentage of AMI is that going to be?
50.
50?
60. Mostly 60, if not 50.
So, you know, that needs to be taken into consideration in your analysis. So, you know, council really needs to look long and hard on how we're going to develop to do this. The sales tax, I kind of agree with Councilmember Levson. It is a regressive tax. You know, we have since people are throwing out ideas, we have $1.6 million in health and human services. We could take that from all those organizations and put it to affordable housing. But all those organizations are the ones that are helping those folks that need help. So, you know, in the end, it may be a very hard decision that we may have to make. Are you willing to make that decision?
Councilmember Bagley. Thank you, Mayor Combs. Going back to your question, Ms. Fedler. Starting with that. Well, first of all, I would still vote the same on Copper Mill Apartments. It wasn't a political hit. I just thought that it was a hell of a lot of apartment buildings on one little tract of dirt. So glad to see that Copper Peaks is coming back. But I think that, first of all, I think that we've got a lot going on in our community right now. I mean, a lot. Our staff, I think right now, is not overworked, Mr. Dominguez, but you're being pushed. I think that you guys are stretched pretty thin. I think that the question of catch up or keep up, you know, is, I for one think that we should just start with keep up. Because, like I said, we've got a lot on our plate. We've got the flooding. We've got the buildings, the building of apartments and homes that are ongoing. We've got the mall. We've got the river corridor. We have, over the last 4 years, we have thrown a lot on your plate. So, but at the same time, we need to address this. So, I mean, I would say let's start with keep up. And that's definitely something we can do. We can spend time arguing and debating over catch up, keep up. What do we do? Come back in 2 months. Let's just say keep up, and we can just start. You know, there's no debate to it. It's the minimum we can do, so let's start doing something. I also think that what I heard from the presentation was in a very, at least I picked up, that basically if you live in an area like San Francisco or Aspen, where people really, really want to live there, you can do whatever the heck you want because people are going to follow the mandates. Meaning, oh, I want to build and live in Aspen. You're going to force me to do stuff? Okay. Whereas if you're living in an area that's not landlocked by ocean or mountains, and it's just kind of like, well, there's options. If you force me to build in Longmont, I'm going to move to Weld County, or I'm going to go to Firestone, or Dacono, or Denver, or Aurora. Am I getting that right? So basically, what the data shows, again, no debate, data, is that we should be thinking along incentives. That's what I heard our consultants tell us. That's what I got from the presentation and the data. And it also, we can argue about whether inclusionary zoning was good or bad. We should have kept it. We should have lost it. But it sounds to me like we can do something with incentives, and moving forward, it's something we can do. So I'm for incentives. I'm for keep up. I think that the definition of it's a regressive tax, you know, my understanding is it's not politically regressive or progressive. Basically, the idea is that we're taxing those who are least likely to be able to afford it. That is a true regressive tax. However, in this particular situation, it's not a regressive tax in the traditional sense. First of all, like the mayor said, if the poorest among us, so to speak, who need this help are paying, you know, a few more bucks a year, but in exchange they're getting cheaper housing, they come out ahead. The other thing is that sales tax, I also think we owe a duty. I mean, keep in mind that I was just running, these are rough numbers, but if the average median income is $58,000, meaning half of our residents live in a home that earn more than $58,000, you know, you've got 45,000 people above the AMI, and 60% of AMI, that's another 18,000. You basically got 63,000 people that, if we do a property tax, that are going to be paying for this. And so I do think that we owe an obligation to those folks, not just to the folks that are here tonight. And so, as I was thinking this through, I mean, we've got the mall going on, we've got a beautiful trail system. Longmont is beginning to acquire amenities that will attract people to Longmont, who hopefully will buy things that will pay that sales tax. So I don't think it's regressive in the sense that most of us are thinking. I don't even think it's regressive in the sense that I think you're thinking, Councilmember Levison. I think it's a solid solution to begin to address this issue. And so so again, I'm for incentives. I say let's play keep up. Let's put it on the ballot for what the housing task force suggested. I mean, they suggested set aside. They suggested a sales tax of 0.0677%, or a tax of 7/10, rounded up of a penny per $100 in gross sales. They also suggested that there would be a cap on it, meaning that we'd try. That would the goal would be to raise $1 million a year in the city general fund budget to allocate towards affordable housing. We shoot for a total of $10 million, and that's easy to do. That's something we can do right now. Let's just put it on the ballot. The other thing that I also think that Councilmember Finley, I know that we're going from here to here tonight, but I'm never one for sitting around and just waiting on anything. If I buy something, I want it now. If you don't have it in stock, I'll go somewhere else. So I think that, things like a density bonus for affordable housing, that's truly the inclusionary zoning. Believe it or not, I do some research too, a little bit, not as much as Councilmember Levis or Councilmember Finley. My understanding is inclusionary zoning typically would come with some type of, okay, you gotta set aside a percentage of affordable housing, but you're allowed a density benefit to make up for it. I think that's an okay idea. I think that the idea of allowing affordable housing to be built in zoning areas other than residential, like we did with the Longmont Housing Authority, I think we should think about doing more of that. I also like your idea, again, obviously the sales tax on the ballot. Other things that, I'd love to hear your ideas on. These are not suggestions. These are two people in the room that know more than any of the rest of us. I'd love to hear what you think. How can we leverage Kathy Fedler's work in getting increased federal subsidies for whatever funding source we do have? How do we maximize that? I think that what about a voluntary with our utility bill? Instead of increasing fees or taxes, why not just say, do you want to donate this month to the Affordable Housing Fund? I'd give $20 or so bucks a month for that. And I'd be curious to know how many other people would be willing to do it. So that way, even if the tax doesn't pass in November, which I also think it would if council gets behind it, and some of us are vocal. I know there's legal issues, Mr. May, with that. But I think that would be a good idea. But I also think that the utility bill, that's an automatic tax we could start right now voluntarily, meaning, okay, I'll give it. And it'd be interesting to see if our town ponies up. If they don't pony up, shame on us, but I think they would. And so I think that, there's lots we can be doing right now. What I don't want to do, I want to hear what you have to say on June 30th. I'm looking forward to that. But what I'm hearing from our town and what I'm feeling inside ever since the Housing Task Force came back 3 or 4 years ago was there's stuff we can do. So let's do what we can do, continue the conversation to do more, and just get it done. So anyway, that's all I have to say about that.
When I look at the 2,500 units, even if we built 100 units a year, it'd take 25 years just to catch up anyway. So it seems like, if we want to throw out a number of units, 100 units seems like a reasonable thing that's not even catching up, but it's at least a step in the right direction. So if we want to go from here to here, I'm going to throw out the 100 unit as a yearly goal, as just a hard number to work towards.
If I may interject, just to give parameters, so you grow projected about 450 units a year, and so 10% is about 45. So that's just kind of a ballpark for you to consider. I'm not commenting on your number. I'm just trying to give a ballpark.
Okay, putting some frame of reference on what that is. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Christensen.
I would like to, I think that we need to play more than just keep up. I think we need to play catch up because we really are very far behind. And as Mr. Pedro said, if we are able to incentivize a lot of developers to the tune of millions of dollars, I think we can certainly throw some money into the Affordable Housing Fund. I also would like to see, now we're going back into the, suggestions, but there are a lot of options for financing this. I think that other than sales tax, I think that Councilwoman Levison has some good ideas, and we weren't going to discuss these until the 30th, but I think that what Councilman Bagley said was a good idea, getting voluntary things, attaching various fees that are attached to other services would be a better way than a sales tax put on a ballot, because we can pass the fees. I like the idea of the inclusionary density idea, that they just mentioned. I think that's a good plan. I think we need to think of financing this with fees if we can, rather than a sales tax. That's what I would like to see. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that the other part of what we're missing here is an evaluation of what type of housing for people at the very lowest income that's going to build some kind of equity. And when I look at mobile home parks, there's no equity being built for people. When you don't own the land and you're in a unit that was really only built for a lifespan of maybe 50 years, how do you build equity? Because most mobile homes, you can't move them into a park if they're more than 20 years old. So then your options of somebody who might be managing basically a rental cost that they know doesn't go up, it has no equity. And they're taxed as the mobile home unit is taxed as personal property and not as an investment like a stick-built property. I think we could explore, frankly, some of the restrictions that our HOAs have. We have a lot of HOAs in this town that you can't rent out your basement, or you can't put a mother-in-law unit over the garage to generate income. In Old Town, you know, in neighborhoods without HOAs, we've already passed those ordinances with the restriction, which I fully support, that the owner has to live in one of the two units. So we don't devolve into taking the older sections of town and tacking on room after room and calling them a new dwelling unit, and then basically having no control over what happens in a property. The idea that I had mentioned previously is to actually, instead of a sales tax, tie an affordable housing targeted resource on a fee attached to building permits, both for commercial properties and residential. But to look at, like, the transfer tax, that they exempt a certain percentage below which. And I'm not thinking that if someone's, you know, buying a house and it needed a new roof and it needed a furnace and a hot water heater, I'm not looking at saying, oh, the value of all those permits that you have to pull is X number of dollars. Things that are just general maintenance for properties, you know, that's the kind of thing that you would want to exempt. But if somebody's adding 1,000 square feet on, they're obviously increasing housing capacity. And at that point, you would want to look at perhaps a fee associated with that value. And, you know, with businesses coming in, we just approved incentives last week for a company that's going to build a new facility. That absolutely is tied to things that you mentioned, is those new 143 employees. Even though the facility is only moving from gun barrel, we will have some impact. So, again, looking at that commercial building permit and having some kind of a fee that's devoted to providing housing, too. But I think that I would like to see the combination of incentives and mandates, because I think we can't hit that sweet spot until we look at both sides of it. And I also think that in some ways what the members of the public have pointed out to us, that there were areas that the Workforce Housing Task Force totally missed with the growth of senior population. We may also look at what's a viable amount of growth we need for group home facilities, people that are aging in place, but they might need assisted facilities next door. The other thing is we have no condos right now. And I'm thinking a lot of the higher end apartment buildings, you know, when they hit 7 years, they could be condoized. And I think we'll see a lot of that down the road. So the construction defects has not proved out whether or not we're going to get affordable housing. The jury's still out on it.
I think the key focus is just to forget about, the funding sources, but to address going from here to here tonight and deal with everything else on the 30th. So we've got to decide, how many units and whether we're going to try to catch up. So do we have a consensus? Do we want to catch up or just keep up or do a combination of the two? I think that's what we got to address tonight. Councilmember Bagley.
Mayor, before we kind of get into this, I'm going to ask Kathy to talk a little bit about what's in the pipeline, because that was one of the questions that came up, and they can provide some framework too.
Okay, so going off of memory here again, I know I sent you this information, but it's been a while. But my memory is that there's about 2,000 to 2,500 rental units in the pipeline over the next probably 5 years. So that includes things that aren't through the development process yet, but they've started through. It's units that applied through the CDBG-DR/CHAFA process for flood recovery funding, and it includes some of the market rate properties like the not the Grandview Meadows, but the other one that's Clover Basin that's out there. So it's about, I think, somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500. So if we were doing keep up at 10%, that would be 250 units of those pipeline units over the next 5 years, 7 years. If we look at the catch up for rent, again, 2,500 units for the 30% AMI and below, over the 10-year period, that's 250 units that we would need to do to catch up over a 10-year period. So just to put some of those numbers with the catch-up, keep-up thing to give you some ideas. So what you wanted me to...
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. This actually goes along with what I was going to say. I'm one of analogies, but this is like we're talking about buying LASIK for a kid that needs glasses. And so, I mean, when we're talking about they're not going to have equity, I think people that I'm hearing is, where am I going to live next month? Rather than, oh my gosh, I want some equity in my home. So, I mean, I think what we're talking about here is if we're going to subsidize people, we're not having a discussion on, I think, whether or not it's a right. Well, I guess I am not having the discussion from a frame point of whether or not housing equity is a right. I think it's a moral obligation as a community to take care of the less fortunate. And I think that the way you do that is by, and I saw everybody's, even when I'm talking, I mean, everybody, you need 4 votes, So if I'm talking, that's a great idea. You need 3 other people to back me up. So as we're all talking, I see pencils writing frantically, but I just want to make sure that the mayor hit it spot on, which was you need 4 votes, you need consensus, And so I, for example, am not one of let's figure out how to give people equity at this point. I want to figure out a way to provide roofs for people who can't afford it right now. And I also think that going back to the catch-up versus keep-up, I think that, Boulder had a vote on affordable housing, and that vote went south. I don't want to see a vote go south. And if we create something that is too big to chew, it's not going to pass. And then you're going to have people going up, see, look at that. Our community doesn't want affordable housing. We are going to ignore it forever. So, again, I'm approaching this as I think it's a moral responsibility. I think we should do it in such a way that it's digestible, that explains to people that this is our plan. It's finite. It's something that we're gonna do and we're gonna tackle. Whereas I think that if we go for 250 or even 100, I want to make sure it passes. And we had, so I heard both developers as well as the staunchest progressive environmentalists among us saying, let's do what the Housing Task Force recommended. I think we can do that and get a vote passed, have have a funding source, and we can start tackling this problem. And if you marry it with other incentives, you know, when people don't feel like they're being forced, we can revisit this, but we can get things going. And once it's going, if it's working, and people go, hey, that wasn't too bad. You know, they hold stickers on billboards, windows on lawn. Have I shared that analogy yet?
Yeah.
Here at council? Have I?
Go ahead, share.
All right. Well, there was a study done at Stanford, just very briefly. There was a study done at Stanford where they went down a street and they basically said, hey, we've got a little environmental sticker. Save the environment on windows. And they went to every house. They knocked, said, you want to put this on your window? And everybody said, yeah, sure. I want to save the environment. They went back a couple months later. They went down both sides of the street, and they knocked on the door and said, now I've got a big billboard, same exact thing. We're going to stick it on your lawn. They said, sure, why not? I've already taken that initial step. Whereas the people who it was the first time hearing about it said, absolutely not. I don't want no billboard on my lawn. So I don't want to overstep here. I want to start solving the problem, make sure that if we put it up for a vote, it's going to pass, and make sure that we actually start tackling the problem rather than spending ways to either talk about it forever or figure out a way to sabotage it. And I think the Housing Task Force and our fine consultants have already hinted at it, except that you can't be as strong a voice as us because we might fire you.
Councilmember Larson?
You know, I want to look at that combination of catch up and keep up, and it looks like the sweet spot is 75, because if you're looking at what Kathy just said, it would be over 10 years, 25 a year for catch up, and then 250 over 5 years. So that gets you 75 units. That's that kind of combination. And that's a good goal, I think, to hit. And if we fall short, you know, we probably will fall short. But at least we should set a pretty aggressive goal, I think. And then I know that because your numbers are off, we're going to have to revisit some of those numbers, knowing what's going out of affordability or could go out of affordability at any minute. The other thing I want to point out is the federal government is getting out of long-term affordable housing. They've made some significant policy changes that Michael Reese could talk about, that they're not funding permanently affordable housing anymore. And what we're talking about, at least at that 30% AMI, is wraparound service, supportive service, permanently affordable housing. And I just think the volatility is something we have to also note here.
So can I summarize what I thought I heard then? All right, so what I think I heard was that we want to look at an option, whether it is keep up or catch up, of somewhere between 50 to 100 dwelling units per year is our goal. We would bring back the appropriate level for a sales tax to prepare for the ballot. And of course, you'll get to see that again and make a decision, yes or no. Maybe we look at if it was 50 units, if it was 75 units, if it was 100, and just see what the range is, and bring back that quickly. Then for the June 30th timeframe, bring back maybe other fees and options that might be possible, to explore those as well. And then also outline incentives, how and what they're worth, and what they might look like. And then also bring back info on Denver's program, their new 3-tiered program, and see what that kind of looks like if you wanted to explore the mandate option further. So that's what I think I heard. So I just want to check in, or if there's something else that we want to add or change. If you did.
So along with that, one of the incentives was the density bonus. Okay, great. All right, I think that's
so. Is that a good standpoint from council?
Right.
And direction?
I think so.
I'm willing to listen to anything.
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right, bring it back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was a pretty good presentation.
I usually sleep during these.
Mayor, next on the agenda is Cal Yumberg with the Sustainability Evaluation System.
Okay. Councilmember Robinson?
Mayor, am I reading the clock correctly? We have 15 minutes left. Mayor, I would like to, I'm sorry, Cal, I would like to propose that we look at this item at another study session and just finish up our agenda with council comments and staff reports.
Do you think we can get through this in 15 minutes?
No. Is that a motion?
Okay.
Yes, that's a motion that we put the next discussion item on the sustainability evaluation system over to another study session. When is our next study session then?
I think that's a fine idea, and I would second.
Okay. It's been.
Wait, I'm just asking for the date. Okay. And then I also would like to make sure that we can, finish the rest of the meeting, even if it goes after 11 with the council comments and staff comments. June 2nd, is that soon enough for folks? Okay, June 2nd.
We could potentially even push it to next week. The general session's pretty light if council would want us to do that.
Thanks, that's right there.
Okay. All right, so we got a motion, it's been seconded, let's vote. All right, it passes 5-1 with Councilmember Moore absent and your Coombs descending. All right. So now it's time for council comments. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I lose my voice after about 10 o'clock. I want to encourage everyone to go to the Envision Longmont Community Workshop this Thursday, either from 2 to 4 or 6 to 8 at the D-Barn Reception Hall. We need everybody's help in figuring out what our comprehensive plan will look like, so I hope that everyone will attend. I also want to mention my business of the week. We have a new business in town called the Boot Barn. And I've not been there yet, but everybody needs boots, and it's at 1268 South Hover Road. It's where I think Pier 1 used to be. And they have Western and work clothes, boots, shoes, hats, and work apparel. So go check out the Boot Barn. A couple of things. First of all, I have been contacted to represent CML and the City of Longmont both at a signing of the bill that gives a little bit more municipal oversight to manufacturing and production sites for liquor and beer. And that's going to be signed in Boulder on Friday afternoon. I think it's Thursday afternoon at 4:30. So, and I'm understanding that everybody can come, and I think it would be great to have a word of thanks to the governor for signing that and how much we appreciate that action in our community. The other tie-up to the legislative session was the urban renewal bill, which I could not even, I don't know if you guys were getting those updates, but I couldn't keep up with how the many and worser amendments were happening on that bill. I would like to reinforce our position of opposition to the bill. One thing I would really like from our staff members is to get us some information, especially legal staff, about what it means moving forward for our one urban renewal project we have. So and most people don't even understand the language of if there are substantial changes or what type of amendments would, after January 1st, 2016, trigger
all the new rules and regulations. And the thing of most concern to me is that your special districts can appoint a person from one of the special districts. Well, can you imagine what our project would look like if the special district that was created for the Twin Peaks Village at the Peaks, if the representatives from the special districts, that special district was on the Urban Renewal Board at the same time we were figuring out strategy as an urban renewal authority? And I think it's an impossibility that would work, number one. And I've also heard through the grapevine that the financial industry is very concerned about the impacts that this new law at the state level has on their financing and risk. So, Mr. May, if there's I know it's terrible, and it's a terrible bill, but if you can give us some indication of maybe some legal implications for us moving forward.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. Just to give you a note as to where that bill is, it's passed. It's on the governor's desk. As requested, we sent letters to all the senators. A few of them said thanks, they would vote no. A few of them said thanks, we don't care, we're going to vote yes anyway. But for the most part, they did get the message. It was received. Your direction was then for me to do a veto bill if it got to the governor. He said, make sure you send something to the governor. So at this point, we'll be sending a veto bill that I'll be asking the mayor to sign, a veto letter to the governor. Once it passes or dies, that's probably the right time to talk about what are the implications, because substantial modification of a urban renewal area really means things like refinancing tax increment, changing the boundaries, changing significantly those types of things. And so, I'd be happy to work on that with Eugene and his staff once we find out, does the bill make it or not. So if that works all right for you.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to be prepared to take a look at it. And then two more items. Number one, Friday, I believe at 1 o'clock is our ceremony for our peace officers. And with that in mind, I really want to extend, personally, I know Mayor Johnny Dupree from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and they had a huge community tragedy in those 2 officers being killed, one of which who was a new recruit. So if you would, and when we remember those fallen officers, I'd like to make sure that we remember our most recent losses in our communities everywhere across the country. And I just am so sorry that that happened, and I really pray that doesn't get visited on our community. And I think it even more allows people to understand how our officers really are protecting us. They are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect the community and make them safe. So our thoughts and prayers are with you, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and I'll be sending a note to Mayor Dupree later on. I also encourage people to go to Envision Longmont, and for all those kids that's 1 week left of school, good luck on your finals. For your seniors out there, study hard, and you don't want to flunk the final and get out of school then. So thank you, everyone.
Councilmember Santos. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. This was given to me tonight, but I've also forwarded on. I believe I forwarded on the staff. The Elder Abuse Awareness and Prevention Recognition Award. I think I sent this to you guys. Is Thursday, June 11th, from 3 to 5 at the Senior Center. It's basically recognizing those that have seen something in the community and was able to shine a light. And it says shine a light. Have you seen something that just didn't seem quite right? So they're honoring several individuals. I'll leave this with staff. So if you'd like to go, it's Thursday, June 11th from 3 to 5 at the Senior Center.
Yes, we've got one event going on Thursday night. That's the Celebrating Victories Gala at the Plaza Event Center in Longmont. So imagine Seeing nothing else. City manager, any comments?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
City attorney, any comments?
One quick comment, Mayor. So next week, my son has his 6th grade band concert at 6 o'clock, and I'd like to attend. I think I may be a few minutes late to council. I think I will be here before the business part of the meeting starts. So please excuse my tardiness next week.
All right, thank you.
3 votes.
All right.
3 votes.
This meeting is adjourned.
3 votes.